Hello.
Greetings.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons, Season 2, Episode 27, The Azorious Trainer. Thank you all so much for coming on by. Do remember to check out our link tree down in the description below for all of our various social links, such as our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, and Patreon. And do remember to come join us elsewhere. If you're watching this on YouTube, come join us over here on Twitch. Those here on Twitch, do check out our TikTok as well as our YouTube. Please help out by going and subscribing to the YouTube account at least. It does help out a lot. But for now, let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Moriarty for the recap. Also, Wostein, update your Discord icon.
All right.
My apologies.
The episode name was new. That was interesting.
Yeah, he's been doing that.
I didn't notice that last session. That's why I'm saying it's new.
All right. So last time on Guild
You were
Tales-
just working! Why the hell are you breaking? Sorry.
Amazing.
Sorry.
All right.
Bravo.
Last time on Guild Tales, we had a bit of an interesting inter-party conflict where one of our newest members, Lute Tudor, had been assaulted by Nimotar Bonechomp when he had stated that he was going to kill him after Nim had threatened him not to touch the tree. Both took exception to that after some combat. Lute Tudor decided to sue Nim Otar in the court of law, at which point Cray had to defend Nim. Almost an entire session was given for this court case, which resulted in, as Cray put it, a bit of a stalemate, where Nim was technically found guilty, though was given only a misdemeanor instead of a felony charge, and was given a court-ordered teacher for social integration. But otherwise, there were no reparations or anything of that nature. Overall, it's probably one of the best overall outcomes for all parties involved.
Yay!
And that is about where we left off, with Nim heading home, Lute and the other individuals heading to their respective places. Cray had his little call on the orb, but that's not important. Don't focus on that. And yeah, now we're here.
That was a very good summary. What?
Oh,
Who'd we lose?
did Graham go?
Oh,
There's
Scram.
Graham again.
There he is.
Welcome back, Graham.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So, everyone's going their respective ways.
I believe most of us
Would
are going
anyone-
on our respective ways.
Yes. So, is there anything anyone would like to do in particular, or...
Is Lute still around?
Yes, I don't believe you would have made much progress since the trials ended.
Graham would probably
Wherever he is going.
approach Lute as he exits the courthouse.
We were kind of at the end of this, but fine, we'll backtrack. Yeah, yes.
So, what is my family after?
I have no idea. I only asked for a favor.
Dun dun dun. Actually,
They seem to have, that conversation during that fight was a little weird that you had with them. And then this court trial.
Yes, indeed, that was when I did meet up with them for the first time.
Hmm.
And that's when we set the deal.
What deal exactly did you make with them?
They would supply me with a case.
Hmm. This is very strange.
Yeah, it took
But
quite a few strings to be pulled, but as I told you, I'm well connected.
I'm going to just assume that whatever my family's plan is, at least for now, that you don't have any part of it. For now. I gotta go find out what they're up to, though.
Very well. I'm gonna take this carriage and bring some of your other friends home.
And Graham shall go try to find the ensemble. Or go to the ensemble's base as he tries to think of where to start his little investigation of what his family might have been up to.
All right.
He's basically just
Well-
going there to think for a little bit, though.
Well, I will say that when you go into the locker to retrieve your belongings, curiously enough, Starling is sitting there, seemingly doing nothing, but they're very quiet.
Starling? What are you doing here?
Watching.
Watching for...
Well, obviously, this is a place of interest, and yet nothing. Nothing.
That I guess you're suspicious about me with how one-sided this was.
It was so rushed. The Azorious let it by. All evidence was verified. I simply don't understand.
They had to have had some plan. There's no way they failed this. I at least, if I'm to have any respect for anything they do, even in the slightest amount left, they clearly must have wanted something.
Indeed, it doesn't make sense. Not a bit. Not a bit. No, not at all. And yet, I'm left with speculations and nothing solid.
Graham's just going through all the stuff that the party has like come into possession of, and then he's like, let's see what powerful things that we have that my family could potentially even be remotely interested in.
Well,
And then his face turns into a frown.
well,
Uh-oh.
We were informed that he came into the possession of a knife, but I don't believe he checked that in.
Oh god, I almost forgot about this because I was so angry about it, but the mention of it was so brief. Nim has something. Nim has
What is
something
it?
my family very much would want. Was it here?
I don't believe the Nim checked anything in.
Nim had a mana piece. I don't know where he has it or had it.
Oh,
Nim specifically left all of his belongings in a secure location before going to the courthouse.
I will say it's kind of hard to beat an Azorious courtroom's basically storage locker. But Graham's now thinking, "Oh my god, that's probably the only thing that my family would want from us." Nim?
you're gonna have to go find him. I don't think he lingered.
He will call Nim.
After a little bit. Ah, hello!
Nim?
No, this is Nim's Marten.
Why are you... Can I talk to Nim?
Nim is not here right now.
Unfortunately, he has also, I believe, disabled the call function.
He left his
Oh,
Marten
no.
behind.
Oh, that's right.
When Nim gets in range...
I don't know where he went. He just left me here at Cray's house and left.
Yes, but when he's in range... Next time he's in range... Please tell him this message. Nim, where did you hide the mana piece? And please check and make sure it's still there.
Okay. I'll relay that.
It's weird speaking straight to the Marten.
It is, and then Graham will go head off. Actually, he'll call Cray next.
Okay. Proceed.
Cray,
Yes.
do you know where Nim hides things?
No.
That might be a problem.
Why?
Because I was thinking about it, and then Starling mentioned that was also suspicious and was, sitting in the room where all of our stuff
Locker room.
was, the locker room. And I started thinking about everything that we have that my family might have wanted to possibly gain access to, because they didn't seem to be coming after us. The only thing I could think of was maybe they're trying to steal something from us, or we had something that they needed us away from. And
The
there's
way
only one
Nim
thing I
is
can think of.
The place that Nim stores things is across dimensions. Unless they have some way of traversing that gap, I believe it is perfectly safe.
All right. Actually, can the mana pieces even cross dimensions?
Apparently so. He's already moved it to that other place he came from. I forget the name of it.
All right. Actually, I feel like that would have terrible, disastrous consequences for Ravnica, but it seems
Not-
not.
No. Well,
If it would have had any consequences, they would have already been apparent.
That's what I'm thinking. All right, maybe I'm just being paranoid.
In certain situations, it's more than acceptable to be paranoid. I would be too if I weren't in the loop.
Mm.
Okay, guys, yes, I am working on things. You will see random stuff pop up on the screen, most likely. Please do not pay heed to them. I'm just working on getting something set up. Thank you very much.
If you say so. Mhm.
But anyways,
Is there anything else?
no, Graham will hang up and head out to back to the ensemble's base.
going right back there. Then I need to make a roll.
Uh-oh.
Many
Oh,
of the ensemble are still alive.
Oh, no. You see,
What
he's
horrible thing is going to ambush me on the way to the ensemble's place?
No. High or low?
I'll go high.
Alrighty then. You do get there in time to see Ren is leaving the
What?
base with something that makes your ears stand on end.
Uh-oh. You said Ren? Which one's Ren?
The one with the metal head and the
Oh.
multiple eyes.
Graham will be like, what's that?
Oh no. It's someone. It's
Oh, what?
Isn't Ren the one with the ability to make you forget that he was there?
yes.
Okay, I'm glad I remember. Ironically.
Who does he
has
have?
a black rabbit.
A black rabbit?
Or more a bunny, so to say.
what's the difference?
Graham is going.
Size
Graham is going to be
mostly.
like, wait, what? Who is that? What's going on here?
Perhaps not someone that you know directly. This is Eleanor Snowfall.
Huh? Graham is like, I don't know this name.
Was it Snowfall?
Yeah, no. I know the
Okay.
I know the name, but Graham probably wouldn't have been told much about them, if anything.
Oh, nothing much. They're a cleric, so to say. I thought it would be beneficial to ask for one.
They're Orzhov though. Graham can easily tell that about them, probably from their outfit.
Yes. So, it's safe to say I've purchased them.
Purchased? Graham's going to take offense at this. Especially considering, Pluto's whole situation.
Well, better than be in my hands than Orzhov.
Graham feels very conflicted at this point. Just like, what? I'm so conflicted about what I should be doing about this.
Well, I didn't loan them. I purchased the contract entirely.
You're saying this like it's supposed to make me feel better.
Well, if it does or not, that's not really my concern. However, it does seem that they were somewhat particular about you.
I don't know why that would be.
Well, it seems that they're pacted with someone named Ash. And only Ash.
Wait. That's the other rabbit. What? Graham's brain just kind of half implodes.
Oh yes. You see, I purchased them so that I could pick their brains, so to say, and I've learned quite a lot. Did you know your family split in two?
What? Why? I don't understand.
It seems that the Ashfell are one half of a whole. Oh, but I'll let them do the talking. Toodles. And he'll leave, leaving you alone with Eleanor Snowfall.
Graham is just gonna, I guess, find somewhere to sit down.
Yeah. She was taken to the base and let in. You saw him as he was leaving with her, so you two probably just walk back inside.
Probably. Graham will get Greta to ask Greta if he can have some tea.
She'll nod. just like notice that your whiskers are twitching a lot.
Graham will just be like, so, are you some kind of assassin?
No, far from it. Capabilities are quite limited.
What do you do in the Orzhov? Graham says with suspicion. Like, he expects her to basically be, like, half evil.
I apply healing as directed. There are a lot of injuries in Orzhov in the Orzhov line's work.
But why? How did you end up in so much debt? You have a contract.
fractions overstepping my bounds. Interfering with other workers in labor.
I see.
I suppose those fines just sort of stacked on top of each other.
And you said your patron or whatever is Ash? Big black rabbit,
Yes, that's the one.
super happy.
You know him. Of course you know him. He talks about you.
Wait, he talks about me.
Yes, you are perhaps the only Ashfeld to make a contract with him, supposedly.
I see. Kind of weird considering his name is Ash and the other one is Snow.
It is quite interesting. You would have thought they would have been swapped. Or
I have
some way else.
so many questions, but none of them seem to be coming to mind or leaving my mouth.
Well, take your time, I suppose. I'm not going anywhere.
I know how that feels.
Grant wants to ask a million questions, but none of them stay long enough for him to actually ask them. And with that, I'll let someone else take over for a little bit.
So, who else would care for some spotlight before I just pick one of you at random?
Ray's already done his business.
Well, actually, I was gonna ask if we go. If, by the time we left the courtroom, it was already night, right? Or
It was
is
getting into afternoon.
okay. So after that, I went back to my house with Cordan and Colcero.
Yep.
Yeah, we stopped by Crow's house to pick up the little dragony fella.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
went back to Element's house.
oh yeah, and then I remember that I asked Cordan to come with me to give what is Woe's character's name again?
Sirius.
Ceres. To go give Ceres a visit because he wasn't in the trial. He wasn't at Cray's house, so the only place that Elemi can think of that he could be his own house. Not,
His own house or his shop?
well, his own house and his shop are the same thing. So
Oh, okay.
Elemi will head over there with Cordan in tow, and he especially left Calcero behind because he's exhausted. So yeah, Element is heading to try and give Cyrus a visit if he is indeed there. He doesn't have a Marten for as far as Element knows, so he can't call him.
He's still reading through the paperwork.
Well, the owl has been left to their own devices for the better part of the day. Well, figuring to keep a little bit on top of things as well as to just distract from others, bothered to actually go ahead and just experiment with Cray's request. Before throwing it at Cray, of course.
Oh no.
So, upon arriving to the owl's house and store, a sign is present of knock. I might be present, and I might not be.
Element tilts his head. He might be present, but he might not be. That's the weirdest I am not here sign I've seen.
Well, let's see. What do I say? He's been experimenting with transformative measures. A certain gerbil would speak up.
Oh, is that something that whatchamacallit, Rubicon said?
Yes.
Element takes a moment to look around to see where the voice is coming from before he realizes that it's Rubicon. Oh, he's being experimenting with your transformation powers?
Mm.
So where is him then? I would imagine he's somewhere nearby since you're here.
Well, look over there. And he's going to point into a corner of the room where there is a displacer beast.
A what?
A displacer beast.
I honestly don't know what that looked like. What is that? I gotta check.
Let me go pull up an image for you.
It's like a
Oh,
it's like a panther. If a panther had
I know
like
what that is.
two
Oh,
tentacles coming out of its shoulder blades.
oh, okay. Actually-
they are worrying.
There it is. Wait, no. Image. There it is. Everyone get a look at Woe right, or get a look at Cyrus right now.
Ooh.
That is actually
Yes.
that is actually the one I just pulled up on Google.
It is the image for Displacer Beasts right now,
Yes. Element takes a
and
step.
it looks like he's like attempting focus as he's not really moving, but like his ears are twitching, his eyes are squinting, and like every now and then there's just a shudder through his body.
Element is staring at the display service and looking at the creature's odd behavior. He's kind of reaching for his spear. Cyrus, are you there?
Make me a wisdom saving throw, Cyrus.
Oh no!
I will
Oh,
point
no.
out we have a community reroll.
Okay. Would you like to use it, Cyrus? Or would you care to maul Element's face and possibly get Decapitated?
I think I'm willing to accept a reroll for Element,
Go ahead.
if that's not minded by everyone.
I'd rather not
mean, I-
have to fight you.
I
You
pointed
may
out
make
that
an
it was
attempt.
available, so I'm all for it.
I just check as I thought I recall a check of everyone. That said, let's see if I get another nat 1.
If you do, it's basically an act from God, and I will initiate.
Looks like God has spoken.
Oh.
Thou shalt not pass.
Oh no.
voice has spoken.
Praise our
All right.
Jesus.
Cyrus, air quotes, rounds on you. Claws and teeth bared before he vanishes. Roll initiative.
Oh,
Accordan, you're also there.
yeah, I'm getting the combat tracker up. I was a bit.
I thought that was another 1 for a second.
Me too.
Oh, nice. I also need to mute my laptop.
Alright. It's
I'm so
There.
used to having like a +9 to initiative.
You know, I can't. I know this is a weird thing to say, but with you three in the same room, I can't help but to read your names like there's spices.
Oh no, I see it now.
Wait, what spice is Element? Mint?
Element, you're first.
So the team paused on me and then you just said it disappeared. Is
Yep.
it is it like still physically? Do I still physically feel something on top of me?
No, as in it. You don't see it anywhere. It lunged towards you and it is gone.
It's a displacer beast.
It's a
It's
displacer
phasing
beast.
in and out of this very plane of existence.
Oh,
Oh,
another.
Spot counts.
Make a perception check. Make a perception.
Oh no, not a perception check from Element.
Wow.
You whip your head around and you see it standing on a counter.
Wait, what?
No, you see it farther away from you than it was before. It's standing on a counter. Glaring.
Gordon also make a perception check.
You may. Hey, that thing is standing on top of something and not interacting with it.
Colin's gonna just look around everywhere else but where the displacer beast appears to be. Just
Well, with a 17, the room does seem a little darker, and the air is shimmering a little to the left of Element.
it's not my turn yet, though. Unless someone else has a turn between.
Well, since according to Element's perception, he sees the thing standing on a counter. He's actually going to attack the thing on a counter. Actually, no.
Swing away.
Actually, wait a moment. Hmm. Say,
Yes.
we already said that the spell magic doesn't stop polymorph, right? We already established that.
I do
No,
believe
it does.
so. Oh, it does?
It does.
Well, if it were a normal polymorph, then it would. But this is related to an item, presumably, which means that you'd need to remove the item.
Fair.
Unless that item is cursed, in which case, remove curse is required.
With funny enough, element does have remove curse too. Which actually, it's actually what element is gonna try and do. He's going to try and
Isn't that a touch spell? Isn't that a
that's what I was gonna say. For some reason it's not bringing up the thing. Let me see. Move. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a touch spell. So Elemi is going to move towards the beast and try and touch it to use remove curse on it.
It doesn't dodge, but your hand phases through it. You have been duped. You have been duped.
Ah, not. Why is my hand going through it? What is this thing? Elemi
Ruben
says.
just shakes his head. You really don't know what you're dealing with, do you?
I have never seen a thing like this, so no.
Well, you're about to get a first-class lesson then,
Oh,
boy. Look out!
I've seen this before.
Well, Elemi
You
pretty much
may
already went.
have.
I may
But
have. Caradan has never seen this
yeah.
before. No.
Say, would me attempting the spell you set up without me having actually touched the thing?
Yes, it would. You would use the spell slot.
Okay, so I basically wasted a spell slot, then that's my turn.
Displacer beasts are bullshit. Displacer beasts.
Why is the turn complete not working?
Oh, no, it was. It is now the Displacer Beast's turn.
Oh, is it because it is invisible that it's not showing up on the tracker?
It is on my end. It's got a red
Yeah,
border
I
around
see it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, it is showing up on the tracker. It's just not saying turn Displacer Beast on the chat, or at least not for me.
Yeah, no, I don't see it on the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Having been duped by this thing, it gets a sneak attack on you.
Nope.
Its first attack is rolling with advantage. A 22 will make contact.
Yes.
And a second attack as you are taking both bludgeoning and piercing damage from spiked tentacles. That will miss though, as it may have surprised you, but now you know where it is. However, you still can't really see it. It's like you can see where it should be, but you can't really see it. Coridon.
Hmm. How far away from the shimmer am I?
You are about 20 feet.
Shimma, shimma. Then it tentacle slaps you.
Gordon has been just observing it quietly and upon realizing, oh, this is hostile. Looks to Element, you didn't see it? It was clearly there. His gestures to empty space.
Element shakes his head. I do not have the ability to see the invisible. Plus, whatever this thing is, it seems to have the ability to make a mirage, and I fell for it.
That you did.
I have a question for you, Element. Are you familiar with like what is it called? I think mirror image is what it is.
Yes.
It's basically what it has on it all the time.
Oh no.
I think you have like a 50% chance of actually hitting the right one.
Something like that.
Gordon's just going to call over to Element. Do you require assistance?
Yes, please. I have no idea what this thing is. Do not kill it though, please. If it is at all possible.
Singe, but do not eliminate.
Actually, for polymorph, you do want to kill it. Because then they revert.
Oh yeah, and then we can revive them, I suppose. But Cordan just...
I mean, if you go too far, you will end up killing the person behind the polymorph cells. So that's why LME is being cautious. He doesn't know the threshold for this thing.
Are you saying this out loud?
That's
No,
what non-lethal damage is for, Element.
Mm-hmm.
You just beat on it with non-lethal damage.
True.
Then when it's unconscious, then you can just like do minimum damage with just choose to like do minimum damage with an attack or something.
Just Cordan's just gonna look at Element and just say, "So singe, but do not eliminate."
Just make sure it goes unconscious.
Very well, I will try. Shakes out his gauntlets, rubs them together, and there's a kind of staticky hum. And fires his lightning launcher at this place of peace, which I do not have an attack roll for some reason. Sure. I do not have an attack roll for this.
Oh
Fine.
no.
Wait, what are you attacking with?
I'm trying to use... There we go. Lightning launcher.
Lightning launcher.
It says on a hit, but I don't know if it requires a D20 or not.
There. I figured out the positioning for all of the talking icons.
Ooh, marvelous.
Looks nice.
Well done.
Yay!
Oh, it does indeed.
Yay.
Yes, I suppose just make a melee attack with proficiency.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Make a melee attack with proficiency.
Wow. How?
I'll make one for you.
Thank you.
Wait, is it the lightning launcher or the lightning?
Lightning
Oh,
launcher.
sorry. I was looking at thunder gauntlets, but yes,
Ah.
that would still be. It counts as a simple ranged weapon with a normal range of 90 feet and a long range of 300. Yep, that's still a ranged weapon. So
With 1d6 lightning damage.
all right, there you are, lightning launcher.
Thank you very much.
That does connect
Oh,
normally.
And I will be using the additional 1d6 lightning damage as well.
Well, on that note, I'm going to ask you to roll a second time because you spotted it, but it's a little curious. Though I have full faith that you'll strike it again.
You want me to re-roll to hit?
I was initially supposed to ask you to roll a disadvantage, but nah, just roll one more time. Oh no, that
Remember,
does things.
there's a chance that you don't hit the real one.
True.
So if you get a hit, you'll probably have to roll again, just to see if you get the right number to actually hit the right one.
Oh no.
You do shoot at it, and certainly the sparkles that are in the air are like scatter briefly, but you don't see blood, and in fact your attack just scorches a wall. Ah, so this is why Element was having such difficulty discerning it.
I believe I have a second attack. With a actual weapon, so I'm going to go for another attack.
Go ahead.
No point in re-rolling, is there?
No, you are still at a disadvantage, and that missed.
This
Yeah,
is problematic.
displacer beasts are scary things. They are not to be taken lightly.
How tall is the room we're in?
It's pretty spacious. This is basically a shop.
Yeah, how tall is the room we're in?
Oh, well, I believe Cyrus would know it best. Cyrus, you created your shop from the ground up.
Well, plenty of tall fellows come through, so easily as tall as a warhorse with a rider. It is a rather grand height.
That seems oddly specific.
Oddly specific without actually giving specifics.
We have large folks in this city. It is designed to accommodate somewhat, even if they have to crouch a little bit, but close enough.
So basically, like a centaur like
I guess-
person, you could
I guess,
probably fit in here.
Yes. It was intended to be spacious with room enough for anyone to get around, especially those transformed. That said, I wouldn't put it more than 10 or 12 feet.
10 feet is about the
Hmm.
average height of a house's walls, anyways. So I'm assuming this would be a little bit taller. So 12
To
would
accommodate
probably be-
larger species.
Yeah, so 12 would
Yes.
probably be reasonable.
Okay. Gordon's just gonna back up slightly towards the door. Gonna back up and he's just gonna study his gauntlets like that's not happened before. What's
Ren?
um
Oh, oops. I have to click that button to start round 2. Element, your turn.
One moment. Should I make another perception check to see if I can spot where it is supposed to be?
You saw where Cordon was attacking, so you've got a general idea, but you can roll a perception check to try to like home in on this thing.
That's probably not enough. But it was a
It is not. But you can still see where those sparkles are. You know where to swing to make a hit check.
I will be back in a bit
Ripples.
since I'm not involved here, so.
All right.
mood.
Okay.
Hmm. Element is thinking for a moment. Okay, I am going to do something silly, and I don't think it's going to work. But I'm wondering if it might. Element is going to cast. Is going to cast Son of Truth inside the room. It's a 60 feet radius. So.
Oh boy. All right. I believe that requires a check, though.
I know, but basically what Element is doing is he's casting Sword of Truth, and then he's going to look at the direction of where Corodam was aiming, and he's going to say out loud, "Cyrus, are you right in front of me?"
Zone of Truth with the target of Cyrus, eh?
Yeah, to see if he responds or not.
Shall I throw
I
a
need
wisdom
to check
saving throw?
something. I need to... All right.
I mean,
no, that's
the target is not Cyrus. The target is the rune around me. I thought the Sword of Truth was more of an area than something to point at somebody.
Yeah, but like, he is in it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if this works, but Element is trying it out anyways because he's just trying to think on the
This
fly.
is technically a mental effect. Cyrus, give me a wisdom save. What is the check made for a zone of truth? Is it charisma or?
Let me see. You create a magical zone that guards against protection. 50 predators center on a point of your choice within range. When the spell ends, create a fail save. A creature must make a charisma saving throw. Yeah, charisma saving throw.
Alright, now make a charisma save. Now make- I think he passed. It didn't take hold. But, Cyrus, you may still answer his question. But you are not compelled to tell the truth.
Uncertain if able at this time. A growl emits from the direction of Ven.
Element knows the spell was restricted, right? Though.
Yes, you are able to tell that it didn't work.
Okay, that
Which
didn't.
means he resisted it on purpose.
Well, the creature resisted on purpose.
Element resisted. I was hoping that that could work, but I can ask again. I can ask again in a moment. I'm just going to have to give it a try. Element is going to swing in the general direction of where Corridon was attacking. So I make an attack at a disadvantage.
Yes. That connects.
There you are.
As you connect, the sparkling effect vanishes and you see the displacer beast with your weapon lodged inside of it.
Oh wait, I should have done that on top of the piece. Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh wait a moment. I don't think I don't think I should have been able to attack now that I think about it because I just cast the Sword of Truth. Whoops. That was already an action.
Hindsight.
Yeah. An extra attack would have let me use a spell and then attack.
No. Extra attack lets you make 2 weapon attacks if you spend your action attacking.
Yeah. Okay. Then I just had to pass my turn then. Whoops.
Alright.
Never mind.
That's fine. Make a wisdom save, Cyrus. Hey, you're you! like suddenly you like snap back into reality. You are like facing a wall, struggling to maintain control. Now 2 people are like bearing on you with weapons, and you are, oh dear. What will you do? Cyrus?
Forgetting I'm on push to talk.
Ah, yeah, that would change some certain things.
It happens.
Would this be with the tooth that's still attached or not?
The tooth is still attached, yes.
Then, with the control I have at the moment, dropping any mirage and just laying down, showing the tooth, just hoping that Element takes the hint.
Alright.
Or Cordon, whoever wants to do first. But just laying down and just passing the turn.
Alright. The illusion evaporates, and curiously enough, the formerly aggressive displacer beast, like, cranes its, like, turns around to you, and, like, shows one of its hind legs that has a dark band around it, basically almost like melting in with the fur, that has a small white little thing that you could identify as a tooth on it. And it does nothing. Basically making himself prone. And passes his turn.
Corridon isn't aware of the whole thief situation, is he?
I don't believe he is. However, this is very curious behavior.
It is very curious, but
They were briefed on the chaos with Markov. So, maybe they recall, maybe not.
Fair.
At the very least, Gordon's gonna think this is unusual, so he's going to roll insight and see. Is it really? Is this genuine, or is it crouching to attack, or
is this an illusion? Is it prowling on us now?
Well, nope, that is the real one.
Kind of looks over to Eleven and just like, are we still attacking?
Element shakes his head. He's got Element. Once Element is going to move forward and try and remove the bandage on the leg.
It comes off fairly easily.
Is the two getting up with it?
He does turn back into the owl you know very well.
Okay, thank you.
What the hell was that?
Unplanned testing. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, Ruvican, you could give him a little more warning to perhaps not interrupt. But thank you nonetheless, all of you. Arguably, this gives more information anyway, so actually I can't even say that. Here, at least let me heal you real quick then.
Oh, don't worry. This is just a scratch. I still appreciate it though. Although I do have a feeling that if that fight would have gone on for longer, it would have been more than a scratch that I end up with. I'm glad that you came to your senses.
Ah, so
Oh.
these are the teeth.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Sorry. Cray was curious about these things, so I figured I'd. You all left me alone for a day, so I just thought I'd give a few tests. Okay.
You say Cray is interested in them? Huh.
Yes.
I wonder what for exactly.
You remember the angry one, Markov?
Yes.
They heard of that and were intrigued about whether it would be an option.
Wait, is Cray interested in the thing that Markov turned himself into specific?
Yes, and I didn't want to give him one outright.
After what happened to Markov, I don't blame you. Like Cray might be smart, but I don't think whatever that beast was, even he would have been able to resist whatever mental influence that body will have on him.
Yes, that would be it. The smaller forms, the domestic forms, those ones are a little easier to manage. I don't see any problem with the fox one you have and all. But starting to get to these larger beasts is, I suppose, a taste of power, if you will, or instinct. It's interesting to combat. Much less for surprises, but hey, it's. I'm happy to see that you're okay at least.
Yeah, I just came in to check up on you because I didn't saw you at the courthouse and I didn't saw you at Cray's house.
Yeah. Wait. What? What do you mean courthouse?
Oh,
What's happened now?
you're not aware of what even happened, huh? I will have to tell you.
No. Did they find out? Is Nim okay?
Nim apparently got into a scuffle with somebody and that person sued him. That's
I
what happened.
remember this, but oh, okay. So it's just that.
Yes, just that.
Oh,
It was
okay.
quite entertaining.
Yeah, no, fair enough, and I don't blame the Lute fellow. That was a mess of things, honestly. I still
I-
blame Cray. They let it go on for a moment. But hey, everyone survived. Did Lute get anything good out of it at the least?
What was the outcome again?
Nim was charged with misdemeanor and now has to have a tutor following him. An Azorious instructor.
And Lute didn't get anything from it, right?
Not really, no.
Yeah, Lute. I don't.
Really?
No, he didn't gain anything from it. The name ended up being charged with a misdemeanor.
That's strange. Did something happen? I remember Nim and Markov were both very willing to part with their funds in an attempt to mediate things.
I honestly don't know. I wasn't there when the when negotiations were being made, and I haven't asked. So
Okay, fair enough. Um, well, anyways, I guess I have my answer at least for Cray. I don't think I feel comfortable giving him these things.
yeah,
'Cause, huh,
I don't think maybe these things should be made in the first place. Those things are catastrophes waiting to happen.
well,
The,
with Cray's interest, I was willing to consider it. Considering the fellow that is hunting them, I believe you recall I've gotten to meet them or not? Or have I forgotten? Have I not mentioned that yet?
oh, you mean the necromancer? Yes, you told me about that. Remember?
Yes, the
Remember?
Lich.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So I was willing to give the consideration. I just decided to test these before I gave them to him because I realized that I was playing safe and these are a little less than predictable if we're honest. But Rubicon tried, and plus it's easy enough. It's just it's got some drawbacks.
From what I've seen, the more powerful the creature is, the less chances are of actually remaining yourself when you transform.
Yep, wouldn't be surprised if that's how it goes, and I'll try to keep it. I don't know, I might still experiment just a bit more, but I might have to see. Between me and Rubicon, it was all good. I just didn't expect a sudden intrusion. but
Well, yeah,
but
I guess if you just ruin Rubicon, it'd be fine, since Rubicon can just lift the spell himself, can he?
of
Well, about that.
Are you not? You're not capable of lifting the spell when they're transformed.
Listen, once the tooth is made, the tooth is out of my hands.
When you,
beyond dispelling the tooth, that is. But once it's applied, it doesn't remove as easily, except by the simple removal.
this is a problem.
Yep, we'll be working on that as well, especially given what it was used for prior.
I'm going to be honest. I think you might not want to go into this route whatsoever. You may end up becoming a weapon salesman at this point, and I don't think you want that.
Eh, I might dial it back at least.
Hmm.
Yeah, but that said, at the very least, thank you again, and there's a few things I'll be working on as I get the chance.
Sounds good.
I've also had the opportunity to chat with Rubicon for a fair bit, so
No, that sounds good to me. Well. I honestly just came here to see how you were, because I didn't see you. I didn't see you today, and I was honestly kind of worried, because the last time I got you out of my sight for a moment, you ended up getting kidnapped.
yes, so seems to be
Jerk.
my luck with you folks, but I don't know.
I am really sorry for getting you involved into all of this in the first place.
No worries, though. I know I've said not earlier, but could you give me a little more information on what all is going on that your group is working against? Because I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, because you seem to be reasonable, and I feel safest to ask this of you, but you're not some sort of just radical group trying to overthrow things here, right?
Well, I am a representative of the Boros. If I was something like that, it'd be really hard for me to hide such a.
I just have to ask because your party is not a good representative of what you all do.
Enemy makes a knowing face and a size. I know. I am quite aware of that. They are quite a colorful bunch of individuals. But I just happened to meet them in a bit of a training mission I took, and we just kind of ended up working together into these things. We didn't knew each other beforehand, but things just happened to align that we ended up working together, and we just sort of started continue doing so ever
No.
since then.
The reason why don't mistake it, Element. The reason why we stuck together is because we discovered a world-ending plot, and no one would listen to us.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Before it got more known, at least.
And we're like, okay, since we're the only ones who know this is a problem, our mission is to try to convince the guilds that this is a problem. And then when we finally big reveal and when they attack the Senate, then it's like, no, they still don't care because they're more worried about each other, the other guilds trying to take over or attack than fight off these guys who are trying to burn the entire plane.
Yeah, which funnily enough actually makes sense because back then we didn't knew that the pack was over, but some of the higher-ups probably did. So that's why they're concentrating on that instead of fighting off
Yeah.
the intruder.
Oh, okay, well, thank you for at least giving your group more credence before I start turning over people.
I mean, if any of them commits a natural crime, you can always come to me. I am part of the police.
Oh, no. It's all good. I just had to check because, again, they are not the greatest representatives. Craig came off as describing as though they were working on some sort of mastermind a little bit with their tone and choice of words.
Yeah,
Specifically requesting that we be in guilds, and that he would not advise us of what or why, just that we would need to be in a guild. And
well, that's
I wasn't sure if this was some sort of infiltration that I was being roped into.
To be
No,
fair, just if your character's been in Ravnica for a while, you probably would have realized very quickly that if you don't have a guild, you're kind of like, I wouldn't say a second class citizen, but you're definitely lower on the very easily lower on the rung than even like the lowest.
You tend to have fewer
guild.
rights.
you tend to have fewer options. Well, it's more that it. I can understand why you see that ways, but the thing is that the person we're working against is actually working with people that are guildless at the moment. So being guildless is actually it's probably going to be seen as a bit of a threat at some point if it isn't already. Unfortunately.
Oh, I'm aware. I've done my own wanderings and such, so I just happen to have gotten used to it. And again, I was just mildly concerned with the approach taken. But again, it seems to be all right.
It's understandable. It's understandable. It's understandable if you do not trust them.
I was literally told that for a test of my task, we would be going off to potentially kill someone, as I was taken along with Graham. So, needless to say, I understand the stuff happens, but it was an interesting one to. I could have done with a little more information. I was not expecting a little child warrior that Graham was just going to go up and beat on.
Element blinks. What?
I
Element what?
mean,
Elves, the
to be
elves.
fair, they probably weren't that much younger than Graham.
Oh, it was described. My apologies. I perceived it as a little bit young, but fair enough.
Graham is also really young, but by virtue of short lives, much like kobolds, their age, like the age that they're considered adults, is much lower than the average species.
Ah, gotcha. Well, maybe not that young then, but nonetheless,
Fair.
it was a bit of an ambush, and without much explanation. Things kind of, I gave them the benefit of the doubt after meeting what I believe was I believe it was their father.
Wait, you met Grant's father? I was not here for any of this. This is completely
Oh.
new this is completely new information for me.
Oh yes, I that is fair. We were pulled along to go ahead and investigate on what was to be, and we were told that if we are told to run, we run, and if we fight, we fight.
I do want to point out that, for the record, kobolds can actually live to be about 100 or a little bit more years old.
I don't think their average age is that, though. Just because they can live that long,
The
doesn't
average
mean that's
age
what
is
their
not that
average
long.
is.
The
But
way
they
it
can.
is described in the book is specifically that they typically are killed before then. But if not killed, they will last to that age.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, I was describing the kind of you got what I was saying.
Understandable.
Yes, I got the gist on that one at least.
I
So-
understood the gist, I just wanted to point that out.
Oh no, that is fair enough, and I find that amusing. Yes.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm willing to help and all that, and I'm more than happy to see about seeking work with the Golgari on that, but I just wanted to check. It was either with you, and I might even still check with Lute if I get the opportunity, just to see if there might be more they know of this than what we have, or what I am not being told.
I do believe Graham mentioned that because I think you asked a similar question of like why we're doing what we're doing, and Graham was very clear on that. It's basically to stop the plane from being burned for all eternity
Oh yes, but you
in
see,
an undead hell.
yes, but you see, this was told after getting some very shady responses, and backing off from the door when we tried to listen did not exactly help entirely. So, as far as Cirrus was aware, this was some sort of little extremist group going on the guise of we're stopping a disaster, but we're actually going to usurp the whole world order.
We are the disaster, you see.
we're like the tidal wave that wipes out the wildfire.
It's like when you went for full intimidation and accidentally applied it to the owl when you intended to turn it towards Cray and Nim. Lots of unintended nuance.
No, I very specifically said that Graham he was upset, but none of it was directed at you.
Oh, yes. But you see, Markov made a poor impression of this sort of behavior. Nonetheless, I think Elements settled this well enough, and Circe is more than happy to assist a little more now. That said, gonna have to figure out how to let Cray know about this, because
I mean, just tell him. I mean, just tell him straight out. The the more powerful beasts are tomb wielded to be used safely.
Yes, my concern is whether or not they will still want it, irregardless of that.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see the problem.
Did you
Because I
just
can
double negative?
Hmm.
But no matter, I'll resolve that in my own time. I do appreciate this, and I will probably tone down. I might still tone this down a little further, because
Mhm.
that was a little farther than expected. And I'm happy you're all good, but that could have been worse. So I'm gonna stop here.
Sounds like a good idea.
Um, huh. Do you know where Lute is at this time?
The last time I saw him, he said that he was going to the place he worked at, but I don't actually wait. I do have his card that he gave me. That should have the address to. Element is gonna bring that out.
Does it match the
you
location that we
find a PO box address.
Yeah, I was about to say, does it match the location that we flew trailing him to?
Hmm.
What was I there for that? I don't remember trading him.
Oh no, I apologize. Myself and Cray both trailed Lute back to their little embassy. And
Oh well, if you already know where it is, then he has probably gone there.
oh, my apologies. I was asking if Neon or Digi, probably Neon, would specify if the card had been true directions to that location or not.
It's real.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's good to know then. I'll probably go ahead and check on my way that way. Oh, do you got your Marten on you? I've been considering seeing about one myself finally.
Element takes out his backpack and takes out the Marten from inside. Yeah, he's here.
Graham's address is a PO box that has orders to forward the mail to a different PO box, which gets forwarded to his actual address.
That sounds about right, actually.
That's security for you.
No, plot twist. You've got it into a loop of 7 different locations, and you just know which one it's going to be at. And it just loops.
It's at this PO box on Mondays, this one on Saturday.
Excellent.
Well, that's all granted. Get that cleared up at the least, so I'll
Are
see
you
what I can do.
Are you heading over there right now?
Yeah, I just finished up with the paperwork for the Marten network, and I just wanted to... I wanted to read through and make sure all was proper before signing. I didn't exactly have Pluto with me for this one, so it's taken me a few days.
Oh, okay. Sadly, same as always. So, can DG
I'm
speak
here.
for the Marten?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I thought you were still away.
Well, that said, would it be good to have a Marten set up then, Zim? The owl
I mean,
finally
they
will
just
see.
deliver it, and you've got your Marten.
Yep.
Fantastic. Then we'll
Provided you
consider-
actually filled out the paperwork properly.
The
They're
owl is-
very picky, and if you mess up, you have to do the whole page again.
Well, the owl is fine seeing if a few days' worth has done it or not.
I'd say at least a couple of tries on the intelligence check.
Let's see it.
I think the contract is so long it literally costs 20 gold.
Excellent.
Oh, Beep.
All right, so how many
That
of them
would
are
not
going
be
for him?
enough.
Ah, lovely. So how many rolls am I making?
I mean,
Would Rubicon be able to assist? No, he doesn't have patience for paperwork. Never mind.
But if Corden rolled quite high on his attempt at deciphering the contract, he could
it's a
give him some help.
DC 20.
Oh
Ah.
no.
Lovely. Well, that'll just be done over
Or
the next
you
few
could,
days.
or you could ask the Marten to provide the Martens to provide assistance, but it takes you way longer to fill out the paperwork then.
And they
I'd be-
hire and they bring out the driest voiced person. Like, they should hire that person instead of the Sandman. Just read out 2 words and
Imagine a documentary voiceover narrator.
I mean, actually, I've found a lot of documentary narrators to be kind of interesting, personally.
I know there's some, but I'm talking like the average of like a historical like documentary narrator. You know that voice that just seems
the one
really
that
monotone.
sounds like an
The voice that is
dictionary.
completely monotone and for some reason French.
It was the greatest day of my life, but also a tragedy for the entire nation.
Oh my
C'est
god, a
la vie.
documentary that is made not with a non-English native speaker.
So then,
Oh god, are you talking about a dubbed oh god.
A dubbed documentary.
Either way, I would say it would be fair that Cyrus probably would have seen that he could have requested an assistance, and thus that does lower the DC. Well, it makes the it makes it guaranteed, but it does take longer, and it's been a few days, so yeah.
I thought assistance gave advantage.
It's technically, yeah, you technically get advantage. It lowers the DC, but it's more of a, you're definitely
It'll
going to
happen
fill it
eventually.
out. It's just how long it takes.
It has been 5 days. Probably more or less, but no matter. That can be tackled again tomorrow. And or following days, and eventually I'll get it right, and I hope they do not become impatient with me in the meantime. That said, I'll go ahead and see about getting in touch with Lute. I'm curious about if they've got any further info, if you don't mind.
I can escort you over there if you like.
If you wish, I don't know. This one, I'm not sure how they are with the group after all this chaos.
Well, he seemed pretty he still seemed pretty friendly last time I saw him. So I don't think he has any animosity towards me at the very least.
Okay. Oh, hell, why not? Well, I guess we'll start making our way on over to Lute, since it's, I think you said about midday or so.
Mm-hmm. So we're heading over there.
Anyone else want a chance with the spotlight for a little while?
Graham,
Let's
I would
see.
recommend you if you're needing to leave earlier today.
Yes, I will be. So, I guess I shall.
Yay!
Wait.
So Graham's still sitting with what's her name? Eleanor?
That's the one.
Like, so maybe you can tell me about your family. Since you seem to be connected to my family, but I've never heard of you guys.
Our connection isn't very obvious, so to say. We are the front side of the coin, if I were to put it poetically.
Wait, you're saying that... Then how come I've never seen any of you? Or heard of any of you?
Well, that's because we're only introduced and partnered once one becomes past initiate.
I see. What do you think of the Ashfells, then?
Personally, I am not happy with them. Perhaps that's why I'm not highly regarded by either family.
I see.
Which presented the option for me to be sold, though I wasn't clear on the terms of my
Contract?
say yes, but I suppose that's not really for me to know.
I mean, I'm sure I could convince Ren to let you take a look, potentially. It does feel a little bit wrong. Especially considering the situation that one of my friends is in.
Well, that's just how it is in the Orzhov. But why did you leave? I was led to imagine, from what I heard formerly, that you had a bright looking future if you'd stayed your course.
I know it will sound stupid, but I kind of wanted to try to be a better person.
Oh,
I wanted to try to fight for people that needed me more than just for, you know, the family or the guild itself. It just seemed the end just seemed so very selfish, and I've been trying to be, you know, better, less of a bloodthirsty rabbit as well, but for some reason I keep getting provoked and I keep falling into old habits.
I see. Well, that is certainly what's ingrained into an Ashfell. But there is a second part to that. And she's going to reach upwards and tap her head. And Ashfell is purposefully unbalanced.
What?
You are the way you need to be for an Ashfell. You are supposed to be the ones that are violent and rejoice in, well, actions that lead to the ultimate end of one's life. That is by design. So, measures are taken to ensure that that remains. Subtle, insidious measures.
Graham looks very confused. This sounds like my family might be victims? Are they victims?
Yes and no. Let's say that a young Ashfell is placed under a curse. A curse to crave the violence. To crave certain things. They make you want it. And then when it's old and it's become a habit, or when you're older, trained, and it's become a habit, they take it off. But it's been with you for so long that you don't need the curse for you to behave the way they want.
Oh,
It makes so much sense, but part of me just doesn't want to believe it.
There is, well, that's where we come in. There isn't always a need for violent activities. Therefore, that's where we help. The other side of the coin, the balancing out. If I may.
So, what, you're a pacifist?
Yes, but I can do a little more than just that. If I may take your hand.
Graham will hesitantly reach his hand out.
And upon taking the hand, she closes her eyes, and you feel, for a moment, calm. Like, for a moment, it doesn't feel like you're in the ensemble base. It feels like you're sitting on grass. Perhaps it's a slightly cloudy sky. There's a nice breeze, and then there's just nothing. Nothing in any direction that's a problem.
Graham can only think, I don't think I've felt this relaxed since I first, left the Orzhov. We're just hoboing it around the Selesnya.
Well, that's what we do. You build up stress by not doing your usual activities. We handle that. That is one of our primary functions when we're paired with an Asheville. When they're on standby, they're in our care.
I surprised I've lasted this long then. Is there
They always knew
something
you'd come
wrong
back.
with me?
Well, like I said, you're purposefully unbalanced. I don't think the curse has ever been taken off of you. However, like I said, it's insidious. It's rather deep in there.
I see.
I can't take it off, but I can inform you about it. And should you reach a boiling point, I can help you.
I'll definitely keep that in mind.
That is not our only function, however. We have one other.
What's that?
Tempering.
Tempering.
Every Ashfell like you makes a pact and receives their blade. We can
Strengthen
hone
it.
it.
Ah.
Well, perhaps give me some time to think all of this over. This is a lot of information to absorb.
I
And Graham will head off to try to digest all this information. And with
Yep.
that, I also need to go to bed.
yes.
That's a good way to end this in, honestly.
Lay down, head steaming.
Almost literally. Anyways, good night all. Take care.
night, Graham.
Enjoy the
Good
session.
night.
Good
Sleep
night.
well.
Good night, and rest well.
Good night.
Auf Wiedersehen.
So, who shall we go next? Perhaps Nim, now that you have returned?
Sure.
You have gone to Selesnya.
Yes.
Most don't pay you much heed, as talking animals among them are also very well regarded.
I assume
Much less
that I assume that Silver's recovered by now, right?
They're up and about. The vest helps a lot.
Okay. Not 100%, I'm guessing.
Not 100% yet, but they can do light exercise.
Okay. Well, like I said, Nim is looking for malt. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Nope. Giant turtle generally lounging around, enjoying warm and daylight. Even though he's been up top for a while, man, can't get enough of that sun. Especially when he's been down in a crypt that has been then summarily ripped in half. But he was down there for a while.
I'm going to
Uh,
assume he's
yeah.
got plenty of privacy there.
Yes. Like, he has his own grove.
Okay.
However, getting directions is not difficult. Like, Malt's a pretty easy guy to spot. He's big. And many people are still like getting used to, oh fuck, there's this huge guy that like the council like heeds when he talks.
Perfect. Nim is gonna go to Malt.
Ah, hello. It's been a while. How are you?
I don't really know.
Bad?
Maybe. I've been doing some things that I don't really understand fully. But I don't know.
Sounds like something worth talking about. Let's have at it then.
Well, I know you're old and wise and stuff, so I thought I'd ask you for advice.
Sure.
If that's okay.
I've got all the time I want.
Yeah, I guess you probably do. So, I was, do you know what mana possession is?
I'm aware of it, although it's rare.
An angel friend of mine said that I got mana possessed. And when I took something. And the angel said they told me it could go either way if I returned it or kept it. And I'm not really sure if keeping it was the right idea.
That is a tricky one. But there are pros and cons to most decisions, even in subconscious ones. Perhaps you thought you could get benefit out of it. And there might be a case for that. Perhaps you could handle it with more training. As a planeswalker, that is true that you can handle it better than most. Perhaps even safely interact with it. But there is one thing that I feel you should be informed of.
What's that?
Mana possession depends on the mana. It will prompt different effects on you and those around you.
Oh god, Nim has become Superman. Better not let him get a red piece of mana. Then the city will burn.
Thankfully, it seems that, were I to guess, you had the white piece. It is the most subtle or peaceful of the possession types. Its goal is complacency.
That explains why the guards didn't stop me at all.
With complacency, there is no conflict any longer.
I don't really like that.
No. Once one becomes complacent, there is no change any longer.
There's no room for joy then.
No. But you are not unhappy either. But that's why we have two different colors. One alone, and you'll end up at an extreme. People are not so easily categorized, after all.
I was told I have 3.
That's pretty remarkable. It'll be difficult for you, though. You're going to have to try to balance them out.
Well then, how should I do that?
You're going to have to make use of all 3 of them. Or exercise. Meditate on them. And try to make sure that one isn't diminutive compared to the others. It'll be difficult, though. But planeswalkers do have a greater capacity than most people, so I do believe you will be okay generally, as long as you keep it in mind. Besides, there is one advantage you have over others.
What's that?
And he's going to point over to Silver. They
Nim looks.
don't have that. A friend. A very deeply connected friend. You may not feel it right now, but your connection to each other is remarkable. If ever it becomes too much for you, they do have the ability to help more than they realize.
Nim's looking over at Silver, then back at Malt.
Silver just looks shocked to hear that they apparently have more power than they thought, considering that they haven't even gotten a mana.
Is there a way that
Like-
Silver and I could train this, or in a safe way?
Yes, there is. You don't even need to be mana possessed. Because you just need to hug.
Hug?
Oh,
Yes.
oh.
I imagine both of them are probably tilting their heads in confusion.
Yep.
I imagine
What
it's
is a
so.
hug? No.
Oh no, they understand that. They're just confused on how that's supposed to help.
I suppose it's more of an approximation of physical. That is the amount of physical contact you will need to have with one another. Laying beside each other is also acceptable.
Element,
Or-
could you maybe switch to push to talk? Your sniffling is coming through very loudly.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so we just touch and hug and stuff, and that just trains it, or is there something else we need to do?
Well, you're going to, first of all, get more familiar with Silver by letting your mind rest inside of theirs.
And both their heads tilt the other way.
It's sort of like telepathy, but you stay in
Joke.
there. You have a greater connection with Silver than with other people. Your mana and link towards each other is, well, quite resolute. So, it would not be impossible for you to also have your consciousness move over should something happen, or for Silver to draw out your consciousness. All you have to do to practice is go to sleep.
I mean, we've slept we've slept together multiple times, and I don't recall anything happening.
Well, that's because they haven't tried. Also, you sleep, Silver stays awake.
No, he slept with me.
No. To train, you sleep and he has to stay awake.
Oh. I wonder if he's got any mana.
Technically, yes. But it's more an extension of yours. You have a greater capacity because he can serve as your extra space if it is needed. You have, in that regard, a greater capacity than anyone else because you have 2 spaces. That leaves you a lot of room to grow and expand.
So I can get even more, the mana ability things?
Perhaps. Or you could have synchronous effect with the 2 of you cooperating. The abilities chosen could be compounding on each other.
What do you mean by that?
In simple terms, you can have abilities that mana abilities are stronger if they are conditional.
One
However,
sec.
you have
Moriarty?
the ability.
Yep.
Could you go explain a bit of what's going on in the chat for Zorkid, please? While I'm doing this scene.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Carry on. Sorry, Digi.
Alright.
Normally
You
I'd
have
explain
the-
that, but, I'm
Gotcha.
in this scene, so.
Right. You have a unique ability where you can set your condition to require the both of you. Mana cannot normally extend out and accept such a condition. However, that does not apply to you. You can have that condition and create a much stronger ability than what you have now.
How would we go?
Admittedly, it would have to be cooperative, but once you practice and Silver is able to take your consciousness into them, that will strengthen the established connection between the two of you, making it more of a, rather than a woodland path, like a sidewalk. And when it's a sidewalk, then they can travel into your mind as well and meet your mana. Then the path will open further for these cooperative abilities.
So, where do we start on training and learning this?
Well, like I said, you have to go to sleep, and then I'm going to tell Silver what he needs to do. Silver is then going to practice trying to draw your mind into theirs. If it's successful, you will see out of their eyes. And in the future, should something like this happen again, you will not be lost. You will be able to see out of their eyes again, and with both your minds together, hopefully push back against whatever took your body.
Okay. Well, I'm up for trying it if you are, Silver.
Silver nods fairly enthusiastically, but they look like they look positively flummoxed, and like this was also a lot for them to take in also, and they were ready for none of it.
Yeah, I kind of came here for
Poor
something
Silver.
else, but, I mean, this would definitely be very helpful.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just an old man who likes to talk a lot. But if I happen to know something that I think could be useful, I tend to ramble.
And yes, Moriarty. Technically, so it's become a bit more loose there, but technically Silver is Nim's follower. However, they also share a very close bond because Nim used to be a paladin. There's a lot to it, Zorkit, that I could explain probably better in a different stream. But, you know. Anyways. Nim is going to, go over
This
to
old
Silver
turtle.
then. Huh?
This old turtle's got this old turtle's got enough words to fill 3 books, and he's willing and he's ready to say them all.
I mean, I literally went to Molt to ask his opinion about keeping the letter opener thing, and now it's turned into this, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you know old people are long-winded.
As you play one.
Yes.
I mean, technically, no, I don't.
Right, yeah, he's not actually that old. He just likes to sound old.
Ah, the professor.
Yes.
The professor's thing is, you know, you don't get
He
much
likes to
respect.
sound-
You don't get
He likes
much
to s-
respect when you are young. Even if
So he
you are
likes
a
to
bit of
sound
a
old.
prodigy. So he pretends to be old, so he gets that respect. And nobody in the Starfinder campaign got quite close enough to him that he revealed that secret. Though Jaffer did reveal it a bit at one point during the campaign.
When did Jeffer reveal it?
You remember the little court case thing where the professor wrote a thesis defending himself?
You mean the literal like terabytes long thesis?
That was a different one, but yes. Yeah, and you know, you had to defend yourself based on your deity and whatnot. But Jaffer revealed a little bit that the professor was putting on a face, that he was lying to people about his age and such. So anyways, Nim is going over to Silver and looking back at Malt. So we just kind of lay down together and I sleep and he stays awake?
Yeah. Then I will give him instructions on how to draw your mind into his. Now, this training may be slow, so I hope you're not expecting results right away. But in time, one way or another, we will find a way to succeed.
Well, I do have a lot of time right now, so yeah, let's get started.
Marvelous. Alright, I hope you can fall asleep while... How do I... Well, I suppose get comfortable.
Nim is already getting comfortable. They basically
This is-
curl up together like they usually do.
This is a nice patch of grass.
It is nicely warmed by the sun.
Yes, it is very sunny.
Much better than a dingy old hard rock. Really,
Is
Moriarty?
that supposed to mean something?
Now what? Would someone able to fall asleep?
A sanity check?
Really?
I mean, I guess,
Do you make a concentration check and try to fail?
I mean, Nim is not quite like... I feel like Nim would be able to fall asleep pretty easily on his own.
You're not wrong.
He doesn't get really burdened and harassed by, you know, all of the random thoughts and nonsense that people people suffer through when they're trying to sleep. So
Plus, he has his friend. Plus, he's
exactly,
very cozy.
he's got two friends.
Everything is good here.
Everything is awesome.
And so Nim falls asleep, and Malt begins giving instructions for Silver to use their telepathy, but speak silence as they get a bit more familiar with reaching out to someone else's mind. So
And then
roll
Raylo
an
shows up
intelligence
and
check for them.
then
Oh
Raylo
my God.
shows up and is like, "The worm, it spreads!"
The Worm Express!
Is he riding an Alaskan bullworm?
No, this was back when
Brainworm.
yeah, the brainworm thing.
Ah. That.
What did you want, Digi?
I was going to say have Silver give me an intelligence check, but oh my.
think you should-
Yeah.
No, well, I did say this is gonna take a while.
We need to I need to find a way to buff up Silver stats. Really bad.
Does he have a negative modifier in intelligence?
Yes.
Yes.
Oof. Oh well.
I mean, Silver
Well, it'll come
is
down to luck.
so for followers, you take the stats of the base animal itself. I've been able to
Fair.
bump up Silver's intelligence a bit, but it's still only a 6. Hey!
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah!
See, it's not so bad.
Silver's just eager for a way to help Nim more.
Finally, some way to not let that happen again. Like, not have another horrible memory of mana possession, because that was just unwelcome. And, Nim, you do feel something. You're not sure what you feel. It's like a prodding.
I'm feeling a warm spot.
However, Silver does keep at it. And while you haven't finished today, when you do wake up from your sleep, Malt has expressed that you've made remarkable progress, actually. This may not take as long as he thought it would. Like, at all. This may take a 7th of the estimated time.
Oh, well, cool.
If you two keep it up at this pace.
So can
And he will also tell Silver to practice it again before bed if you two do sleep at your usual time.
can we use this to, like, strengthen our or my existing element?
Hmm?
The sniffling. Can we use this to, strengthen my existing mana abilities or something?
You may have to recycle them, and for that, to apply the condition, you may both have to be present to speak to your mana, or rather, negotiate. But probably, very likely, I'm 90% sure that this will work.
That would be cool.
Indeed, you have a lot of potential. I'm frankly surprised no one's been trying to do this for you.
Yeah, nobody's done it at all yet. Maybe they just don't
That-
realize.
This is a unique case. No, to my knowledge, no one has ever been connected to someone else so much as you are. So,
what about Shenzi?
oops.
My best friend forever.
Oh, no. Like, this is a different connection. Like, it would not be a stretch to say that you two share a spirit.
Oh. I just know that Shenzi's inside somewhere.
Malt pauses, looks upwards for a moment, and then looks back down at you. Is that right?
Well, yeah.
I need to think about that for a little bit. Tell me more about Shenzi.
Well, she and I were best friends forever, and, before I came here to Ravnica, I was a paladin. And now that I've come here, when I woke up here, I had different kinds of magic compared to what I was used to. I think it's a wizard now, like Shenzi was. I remember when the whirlpool was trying to swallow us up, I tried to take her with me, and somebody else told me that she was inside me somewhere, but I haven't been able to find her.
I'm going to need to consider this. Or rather, organize my thoughts. There's many possibilities.
I know
And
she's
he's going to look over to Silver, and then at Nim. Many possibilities.
Okay, so same time tomorrow?
Definitely. I'll try to have something a bit more concrete in my head by then.
Or maybe I could just stay here.
Well, if you have nowhere to be,
Not really.
I will pass to the company.
And I was going to ask you a couple other things too.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Pardon.
Well, so, like I was saying earlier, I took something. Some of my friends tell me I need to return it. Others say it's probably useful. Keeping it's gonna make it where... Like you said, there's pros and cons to everything, but I don't know if I should keep it or return it. The angel friend said I probably should keep it. We're trying to, save all of Ravnica. There are going to be some people that potentially get, temporarily hurt until we manage to beat the bad people. But I don't know if I should keep it or not.
I can't really answer that for you, but I can offer you my thoughts on the matter.
Well, that is what I came here for.
Alright. My thoughts on the matter then. If you believe in it, you should stick with that belief. If they feel differently, you two need to have an honest conversation where you both lay out both sides. Perhaps there are some things that they're not mentioning, or perhaps they're thinking about, like, in the far future rather than in the now. A lack of communication is in itself a poison that harms trust. Because there is also the chance that, without realizing it, they're not understanding your point of view and misinterpreting things. Because you are very different people by the end of the day.
Becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer. I am small. Becoming increasingly
Yes.
obvious.
That's a marvelous
deny it
video.
no longer. I am small.
So, perhaps, if possible, I would recommend gathering all parties who have an opinion on this item together. And then they should all present their arguments, and there should be one person who does not have an opinion on it. That is to watch everything that everyone is saying and try to act as a translator.
Could
They
you?
should try. Yes, I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Everyone has their own thoughts based on experience and background, but not everyone shares the same experiences. Because maybe the item has a lot of value to a group, but it has a different value to another group. Those two different values can conflict with one another. But yes, as I said, if there is a disagreement, a long talk need be had, where they will try to, instead of just telling you to do it, explain themselves clearly and carefully.
Alright. So I'll need to get all of my friends over here.
Alright then. Whenever you can gather them all, I'll be ready and waiting. To act, hopefully, as a decent mediator.
Yeah. Another question. The angel friend told me that I need to gather one of a mana piece of each of the colors. And I know where to get a whichever one was in the tree. Was that green?
Green. Yes.
I know where to get a green piece. I already have a white piece. I'm not really sure how to go about trying to get the others, though.
Well, the other guilds would be a good starting point. But that would then mean going to the temples. The temples are not always so straightforward, however. Many have, how to say, traps, duplicity, ways of making you circle back and leaving the way you came.
Not to mention the guilds are probably on high alert trying to protect the temples right now.
And they all seem to have their own guardians,
Yeah,
Hmm.
like Jin and Malt. What piece was Jin guarding again?
he was guarding a black piece.
Okay.
I just wondering what other beverage names the other guardians are going to have.
Who can say?
I'm calling it now. The guardian for the one under the tree is totally going to be named Vodka. Just feels like it fits.
However, I will say Cyrus may have some information about a red piece
What piece was Malt guarding?
out of character. Malt was guarding a green piece. However, that has been since moved, since his temple was effectively ripped in half by an overeager council.
They just uprooted it. They just uprooted it out of the ground and destroyed it.
Yeah, like he gave them all a very stern talking to about being rash.
You just destroyed my home.
Which? Sorry.
Yes.
Which piece, which colors is Selesnya?
Selesnya is green and white.
Dang.
Yes, quite unfortunate.
Anyways, Nim is going to ask...
Joke.
So... I know I need to go to the other guilds to try and get pieces from them. Though I was wondering... Is there maybe a way that we could get it so Silver isn't quite as restricted on movement?
Is
possible. Right now he has to be within a close distance, well, relatively close distance of me, but sometimes he needs to recover or such, and I kind of like to not make him get dragged all over the place.
Yes. I do believe that once your connection is a bit more practiced, you would be able to edit things to that degree.
Okay.
I honestly don't wonder.
Even potentially disconnect from one another.
I honestly don't wonder how Silver feels just being teleported around everywhere because Nim moves.
It's very disorienting at sometimes. Especially when Nim planeswalks. Silver is never ready for it.
Nobody expects the Nim's plane walk.
The fact that he even follows Nim through the playbook, is pretty impressive in and of itself. There's a pretty deep connection.
Oh yes, very deep. As much as Silver braces themselves, they are never ready.
Silver is a good boy. Pat pat.
They do their best.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and settle in then. Are you hungry?
Not very at the moment. Then again, I can eat something and then wait a very long time. Also, my diet consists partially of stones.
Oh, I remember. I'll go ahead and prepare something.
Oh. Well, if you happen to have a cache of copper, I wouldn't object.
Would copper pieces work?
You will need quite the sum.
Alright, I'll be back. And Nim's gonna head off into back to more of the city itself. And look for a place where he could acquire some copper ore. Asking around for it and
Curiously
stuff.
enough, there are three there are three guilds that could be easily acquired, or where that could be more likely acquired. One from the Rakdos, two from the Golgari, and three from the Orsov. Which would Nim like to peruse from?
The one that's closest. He doesn't really care which one specifically.
Considering Selesnya, I would say Golgari.
Alright, well, he's going over there.
Alright. In the Golgari, they practice recycling a lot. Everything gets recycled. Which means that all materials that end up going to them go into stockpiles, cleaned and renewed. So they do have bits of anything and everything you could want. After it's sorted, after all.
On second thought, let's go to one where it's more fresh from the ground.
Ah, yes. Nim might have second thoughts about feeding malt garbage.
Yeah. We have another party reroll. Thank you, Jaffer.
Huzzah!
Da-da-da.
Now, may I, Nim, roll intelligence.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Natural 20, baby!
Yep. I was expecting a galaxy brain move, and sure enough, Nim provides. Wait. There is another option.
What is that?
Mole Master.
Ooh, exotic copper. Planeswalk!
There, you know mines in Mole Master. You know places where there would still be copper in the ground, or even still being freshly dug up. Exotic plus literally as fresh as possible. Ho ho ho! All you have to do is purchase it or ask the guild to give you exact coordinates. And then you could just pop over there and help yourself to as much as you please.
Yeah, he's planeswalking to the guild, asking for coordinates. He's gonna check on his quarters.
They'll be a little surprised and go through the records.
While they're going through the records, he's gonna check on his quarters, make sure everything is still secure.
The knife is still present.
Perfect. He's gonna leave some non-perishable food above it, or hidden around in the room. Not with the knife necessarily, but just in case somebody gets curious why he might be going in there.
Food. He's disguising it as a snack room.
Yeah. He's got tons of ingredients.
Alright.
And he technically still has... What was it? Soap, I think?
Oh,
yeah,
yes. He
1,000
has so
bars
much
of soap.
1,000 egg-shaped soaps.
He's going to store those all in there, too.
All of them.
Yep.
So much soap. The room smells of vanilla. And disappointment.
He's then going to get those coordinates. Unless you want to roleplay this out more. I figured we could.
I can go either way if you want to go fast or slow.
I'd rather let somebody else have some time in the spotlight as well.
All right. Then, arriving at your destination, they will inform you that a pound of just raw copper is 5 silver.
Nim is going to buy 20 pounds.
Oh boy.
So that would be 10 gold.
Yes, it would.
I've subtracted that. And he's gonna bring it back to Ravnica. Teleporting himself. He's also going to get himself another pot. Or cauldron, rather.
Cauldrons are good.
Considering the last time he fed, Malt ate the cauldron as well.
Fun! Right, boo?
He thought it was part of the experience.
Yeah, so Nim's going to get a new one, so Malt can eat it again if he wants.
How delightfully considerate. And there is no maybe. That's definitely what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Bringing the spoils back, Malt will be quite delighted.
We have influence.
All right. Ooh. I'll accept. This is going to be quite decadent, then. These fools had no idea what they were selling. feed turtle. Yes, he is very surprised when he eats this. In fact, I do believe that this is just enough that Malt stands up, and then you just sort of see him like wiggling from side to side as he's like chewing up upon the cauldron and its contents.
Hold up. I got a thing for this.
I knew you did.
It's not quite the right thing, but I have a thing for this.
Could it be the turtle shake mambo? Or the turtle brush mambo?
I do not know that.
Ah, you don't know
But
the
this
turtle
is
brush
what
mamba?
this is what came to mind.
You should look up the turtle brush mamba.
Ronda's
It's so
calls him is
adorable.
dancing with the crabs.
Turtle dance. but this is good enough.
Ah! Okay, Zorkit. Influence is something you guys can redeem to add stuff into the game. You can influence what happens in the games. You can add a magic item. You can, in this case, Zoro made it where the copper ore was embedded with gems and other fancy stuff. The sky's kind of the limit on that.
Much chaos to be had.
So, yeah.
It could be helpful, it could be harmful. It's really up to the person.
Yeah.
All manners of help and hindrance.
Now, I don't believe I can post it in the chat, but here's Turtle Brush Mambo.
All right, and of course there is the consideration that if it happens to involve a character, I believe there's a little bit of checking if that's acceptable as well.
Yeah, they go through approval processes, depending on what it is, but otherwise, yeah. But yeah, Nim prepares food for him and Silver, as well as, of course, Malt, and otherwise just kind of settles down for a quiet evening in the grove. And I'm good with moving to somebody else, unless you've got more you want to do on that.
No. Looks like Nim's gonna spend quite the time with Malt. Who else? Element and Corridon? With Cyrus? Or perhaps peeking in on Cray? Graham
Cray-
isn't around. Or maybe some foreshadowing with Lute Tudor?
If Cray or
Meanwhile, with Craig just to the library, not
if Cray or Luke want to do something, it would be their turn since they haven't done anything this session yet.
I'd be curious as to what Lute's doing, and if anything is happening with Lute,
Hmm.
especially after last session.
I'm DMing Lute.
I mean,
Is
I'd rather have it be for your, here on stream.
All right. I just want to know if he wants to reveal things.
Doing it last would probably be better than sure.
I'll
Alright.
be right back.
So I'll go last.
Okay.
Yes, on the list.
All right.
I'm gonna get a snack.
Pray, is there anything that you would want to do, or shall we move to Element?
I honestly can't think of anything for Cray currently at the moment, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I'm just kind of waiting for the next kind of party get-together.
Yeah, you are correct. Cray's doing his own thing, enjoying a tea blend of blueberries.
I mean, Cray clearly hasn't even noticed that Nim is gone.
No, he has, but like, again, Nim
Nim's a big boy.
leaves. Like, yeah, it's Cray trusts Nim and his judgment. If he's not there, then he's like, oh, he must be off doing something. Maybe he's at work. I don't know.
Plus, Nim left his Marten, so shrug.
Now, leaving the Marten would be curious, but especially without the Marten, I'm not sure how I'd even find him. And at that point, Cray is basically would come to the assumption like, I mean, I guess I gotta wait to see if he comes back or not.
I mean, what else can you do?
Basically, it's like...
Yes.
So then, back to Element, Cyrus, and Coridon. How are you boys doing in the shop?
We left the shop to go to the location of Lute's what was it, the place where he works at?
Place of work. Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. All right, Lute. You described it once to Cray before, but these two don't know. These.
Before Soph, I might one little bit as well.
Okay.
By the way, Element, the other thing I've been meaning, I don't know if you would know anything, but I was seeing about if there might be a means of rectifying the improper summoning of Rubicon here.
Element Blinks. Huh?
Well, you know how they're stuck like this because the improper summoning and all.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Well, that's admittedly another small reason I was wanting to see Lute, to see if they knew anything. But I figure I can also ask you, I suppose.
The money summoning isn't really in my realm of expertise, sadly. Although I am a bit concerned as to you asking that to begin with.
Yeah, just a subtle curiosity.
Summoning a demon isn't just something that you can just have. That you can just have subtle curiosity about. Whoa.
I want to help, is all. All right. They've done a lot for me. I wanted to give a little bit in return, at least.
Gerbil glare. Gerbil.
Element rubs the back of his head. I mean, that is understandable, but you understand why I'd be concerned about that, don't you?
Yes. Like I said, it is more curiosity of whether it is something that would be reasonable, and I am just simply looking into it.
Hmm.
That said, I also wanted to let you know so that you might be able to just keep an eye on things if need be.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm actually glad that you can find them.
Right now, you're one of the few I can, so I appreciate it as well.
Hmm. If you're going to go through with something like that, I would have to advise you to make sure if you end up going through with this, to make sure that you have something to make sure that Robicat doesn't go out of control, because right now he is how he is. He's still very powerful, but he's still very powerful. Just imagine how much more power could he have on his actual form.
Rubigan
Aye,
sticks his
aye.
tongue out. Rubigan.
I know, like
Tiny
I
as
said,
it is.
just things to look into. Honestly, I don't know. If, like I said, this is all more the curiosity, so it's also part of why I'm wanting to check with Lute, see if they've got someone more credible I can work with, perhaps.
Who is usually the guild that works with demons? I'm asking this out of character.
Right.
Direct. You will have if there is anybody you could get information from, that it be the Rakdos, but it is the Rakdos, so
Exactly. This is why I want to check with Lute if I can.
yes, understandable.
So, anywho, we should be coming up to the place soon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, talking about Rubicon, are you still going to help me with that thing that we talked about last time? When he came to my subordinates, I still need to try and observe and to see what the hell they get themselves up to, that they cause trouble when they're just patrolling around.
Yes, I'm remembering that.
I haven't been able to try and to correct them as much as I should, because of being busy with trying to save the world. So I need to work on that. They are under my wing for that reason. I can't let either the Boros or them down.
All right. Well, after we check with Lute, then we can make sure that they're not up to any particular trouble, and then we can
Mhm,
start seeing about it after that, perhaps, if you don't
mhm.
mind.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So, how does Lute's place look at this time?
What time is it exactly?
It is late afternoon turning into night.
Yeah, I'd say this is where its peak business would be active. It's lit up like there's practically a festival going on. see people going in and out. There's a bounce. There's like 2 guards at the front that you can obviously see. They're just big, tough guys, but they're just clearly meant to look big and tough. For people who are just passing in, like, it's like a large 3-story fortress for the purpose of entertainment. And I'm guessing you step in and tell the guards that you're here for me.
Yep.
So now I have to describe the scene.
Unless, of course, you've got some other alternate way up.
No, you walk in and the place is alive. There are less tables than you expected, but looking at the quality of the service and food and entertainment, you get the idea that this is more upper class, that, you know, normal people just don't usually enter here. There's a large stage with like a catwalk and a smaller stage separating the room. There's a bar. There's practically an indoor restaurant connected to it. Waiters and waitresses in alluring clothes. And currently a performance is being on its way. You're asked if you want to meet Lute on either the main floor or a private room.
One of the private rooms. This will be between us.
Yeah, they send a maid there who guides you to the confusing maze-like second floor until you get to a room, and opening it, you see Lute, and he's like sitting down with like a meal in front of him and a glass of wine, and he invites you to sit down with him. The room's mostly bare. You get the but it's spotlessly clean. You get the idea that usually it's the people in the room that are important rather than the scenery of the room itself.
Truly a business office of sorts, almost.
Mm-hmm.
Cardan's just been looking all around the entire time, like, ooh.
Element, you get the feeling that if Kelso, if he knew, would be screaming in indignation that he cannot be here.
Lemming is thinking that too.
Considering how desperately he wanted to hook you up with someone, considering.
Yes, probably. Thankfully, he's resting at the house.
And hopefully you don't smell too much of perfume when you get back.
Hopefully not.
Welcome, you two. It's so great to see you again, especially so soon.
Same, though I do apologize if there's been some rough circumstances.
Oh, water under the bridge.
Oh, fair enough. Anyways, I've 2 reasons for the visit today.
Oh, go ahead and try some of the food while you're here.
In due time, I do prefer to speak first, at the least. But, well, the first off, the group that we've been around, have you heard anything of what they're working towards, perchance? I'm curious what rumors there are with them, as I am tempted, as you were, to join, but I just want to see if you've got anything I should be aware of.
The group that you've been around, out of character, I'm assuming he's referring to the Seekers?
No, I think he's talking about our group.
Our group, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the one we were around.
Oh. Okay. That makes more sense, because
The chaotic party.
Yeah, he's looking for different perspectives.
well, my personal understanding is a bit biased. It's mostly a series of misadventures and making a lot of people quite angry.
So nothing of any larger threats, perhaps?
Oh, towards you?
Oh, towards me or anything they might be working towards, because
Alright.
I've just been wanting to verify things. You know, not act on blind faith, if you will.
Well, I guess since we're friends, do I know of anything that isn't like seriously classified information that could be a tidbit for them?
Any rumblings of potential disaster on the horizon or such.
Yeah.
Well, apart from the people that seem to be going missing every now and then after meeting with someone who will seemingly give them power without condition, so long as they are guiltless, nothing particular. No unknown rumblings of something big's about to happen over here.
Yes. For the most part, things have quieted down. I know of information that might lead you to the Seekers, but that's about it, and I think I've already told you.
I can't say I've heard of it, but I'll check on that in due time. That's something I can at least ask. No, I just figured I'd check because they did speak of some larger threat or to existence, if you will. So I just wanted to see if perhaps you've heard rumblings of that, but I don't know. I'm looking for things so that I can make sure I'm not going on to all this blind.
Well, I'm able to pull some strings here and there. If you have anything more specific, I could see if maybe someone higher up in the guild system has heard something.
I will consider that. I don't think I'm going to start owing any favors just yet, but I just thought I'd give the heads up in case it's something to keep an ear out for, because I'd appreciate knowing if that's the case.
Yeah, if I hear anything about, say, a new assassin after you, I'll let you know.
And much appreciated on that. Hopefully not much more than the current. I know I've got one angry lich already, so...
And an entire sub-guild after you as well.
Oh. Are you referring to the Ashfells?
Yeah.
They're... Okay, that's a little concerning given the ease that they came up to me before. Well, I appreciate that. And I suppose with that, I'll just move to the second order business. But this would be Ruvicon, offering a talent for Ruvicon to step upon to show himself, if you wish.
A gerbil emerges from the mist that is Cyrus's feathers as if materializing into the material plane before jumping onto the towel.
Oh,
And you go ahead, Neon.
no. He just says, "Oh, he's genuinely surprised." He tries to hold his response restrained, but he clearly wasn't expecting a third person / thing.
Fourth if
It-
you count record on
It is gerbil sized. It's just a gerbil from your perspective.
Yeah, but I don't think they pull out just a gerbil. His suspicion is druid.
So, the other thing I'm more curious about, and I'm wanting to see if it's not outstandingly risky, but I was wondering if you know anyone in the Rakdos, perhaps, or just anyone in general that might be able to help correct a missummoning. Ruvik here was not quite summoned correctly and has been stuck to this form. They've helped me a lot, and I'd like to return the favor if I could.
Yeah. Well, yes, I would know someone within the Rakdos who could help. But, though they might ask for a favor in return, but if like you said, you've helped them out, they might return the favor.
That would be the idea. I just would appreciate to increase odds of success with the interactions, if you will.
Alright. Lute takes out a pen and paper and writes a letter of introduction. Well, I shouldn't do this without DM permission. DM permission, can I
Yes,
write
you may.
a
However,
okay.
I would like you to roll me an insight check.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. You could be lying.
Well,
So,
it seems very interesting that a Rakdos would be required to help what you're assuming is a druid, of all things. Like, that sounds like a very Selesnya thing, doesn't it?
yeah, and I'm really not doing so well in the insight department.
No, but like, you
I
think
don't.
about it, but you can't really tell anything for sure. But like, this gerbil is more than probably just a gerbil, at the very least. But why
Yeah,
the Rakdos? Why so specifically the Rakdos?
I did say they were missummoned.
you know, maybe what I do is instead of like the guy I was originally intending, I get someone who will help them, but who wouldn't shy away from just telling me what it was.
Hmm.
If I know someone like that.
You're fairly well connected. That or you know who to refer them to.
Yeah. So I write a referral to someone who's not in my pocket, but you know, if I give him like 50 gold, he'll tell me what their request was and hand him the letter of referral to Rakdos or the Rakdos member.
Sounds fine.
Much appreciated. Well, I do believe that'll be the majority of that.
Yeah.
I figure it's only fair, but have you any questions as well?
Oh, no, I tend to let people talk to me rather than ask them too many questions.
Oh, fair enough. I just figure if there's any clarifications needed. But if you've truly no questions, I don't think I've got much more otherwise.
Well, then before
Huh?
you go, and he lifts up a bottle of wine and he hands it to him. It's like, here, take this fine Pinot Noir.
Much appreciated. Elman, no, do you mind staying here a little longer to actually eat the food, or shall we just? I feel it would be a little rude to just depart.
Hmm. I'm willing to stay here to dine. What about you, Cardan?
It is always a pleasant experience to sit with others and
Okay.
enjoy a few new foods.
Okay, it's decided then.
Out of character, I paid for that fine wine. 15 gold.
Oh no.
Hey, it's good wine.
It's good
Yeah.
wine.
I hope it gives buffs.
And then well, since you guys are staying,
Sure, you'll get an intoxication buff.
since you guys are staying, he also calls in a singer and a dancer for the room.
Element blinks. Who are they?
Entertainers?
Huh. Is that really necessary?
Well, if you'd
Elman,
like it to
where
be a
are
li-
you right now?
Where's who?
I'm just asking, Elman, where are you right now?
I'm aware. Element is aware where he is.
If you want to keep it simple, we could call in a performance chef.
I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like that.
Very well.
It sounds interesting though.
You know, just for the sake of this, I'm gonna take 50 gold off my current amount for like this whole meal situation that Lute pays, and he gets in a food. What is it called again? Not food entertainer.
I think you said performing chef.
Performance chef. Yes, and he like chops up the food while juggling knives and stuff, causing things to burst into flame and all that. It's actually quite entertaining.
Hmm.
A pleasant show.
Yes, originally it was developed by Rakdos, but we've since adopted it.
Huh. That does sound. This does sound like something that a mild entertainer at the Ractals would do. It does seem it does look fun.
An impressive display of ability.
Yeah, and he encourages you guys to eat, and he keeps bringing in food and drinks as long as you guys keep eating them.
Cyrus politely keeps just to a reasonable amount and all.
Element, you talk first.
Just a simple thanks for all each addition, until it ceases.
Element eels until he's full, which doesn't take too long. But he does make sure to eat his fill. He doesn't like wasting food.
Well, Cordan makes a point of sampling one portion of each type of food that he can see for study purposes.
Which is
And it's quite. You just hear quiet mumbling of good protein content in this one.
Yeah.
This one's high on fiber. Just this constant muttering from the hood.
Yeah, because the food's set up that it's just a lot of little things rather than just big things in general. So there's a lot to try.
A lot of studies for Cordan.
He has quite the surprising capacity.
Yes. Come by anytime and I'll show you the same entertainment we've had tonight.
Perhaps. And let me know if you need anything as well.
I will. You've been a very pleasant guest.
And I do imagine the evening goes well.
Oh, yeah.
I was
Lute's- yeah.
I was just here basically as Cyrus's bodyguard, but I did ended up having a good time.
Even if we had to tune it a little bit in our preferences there.
Yeah, not everyone likes to be leered over by an entertainer. Sometimes simple is better.
Well, I imagine after all that we do probably prepare to make our separate ways.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Don't worry about cleaning up. We'll take care of it.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Anytime.
And from there, without much other issue, Cyrus is more than happy to start on their way back home with a few answers ready.
Then I suppose if things are about that way, Element's going home, Cirrus is on his way, and Cordon is following Element.
Sounds about right.
Ah,
Another successful day.
another successful day.
Does that
Mission
mean
accomplished.
Does that mean we're on to Lute's?
Yes, we are.
This takes place
As I do
before-
believe, no one else is going to be doing anything other than going home and sleeping.
Yeah. This happened before they got here.
Hmm.
I think that timing works better.
Yes. Someone in a black tuxedo with white stripes will be arriving at Lute's office, so to say, requesting him specifically for a private meeting.
Breathes in and out. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Feeling a little anxious in a way that he's not usually accustomed to, but he prepares himself as best as he can.
Lute Tudor, you manage to arrange things pleasantly enough that the guild is willing to offer you a promotion should you choose to accept it.
This was no lean task. After all, I had to operate within an immediate state of distrust. But I
Indeed.
managed. what I meant. Yes, I, foregoing false humility, I do believe the promotion is in order.
We are willing to raise you to the rank of banker.
Excellent. I'll have to thank the Ashfells for cooperating.
A toast, then, to future success.
To future
Perhaps if
success.
every objective is complete, then so much the better. You may even rise further.
To rising further.
To future success.
Clink. Such a concise scene, okay.
Sometimes suspicions are well founded.
I mean, I've already stated Nim is 100% against doing any work with Lute now.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, complete success in took quite some trying. So many things could have went wrong. You know, I spent most of my life in the guild, owing
Great.
a lot of money.
Granted, with your promotion will come a nice, tidy sum.
Nice. My stipend.
500 platinum.
Thank you. Generous. I do ask, am I to be stationed elsewhere, or am I to continue my current work?
Continue your current work and see if you can't complete the other objectives. We did have more than one.
Yes. And I have a feeling it might end up being easier than we expected. After all, they leave themselves so vulnerable.
Careful, your Orzhov is showing.
Oh, sorry.
Then again, we are in good company, by all means.
Just-
Privacy is guaranteed.
It's a great time. I'm sure they consider me to be, what's the term? Idiot. Well, it's on them.
They're not so easily trusting, but... well, every group has its different views.
Well, sometimes you just have to plan to be distrusted.
Anything to succeed.
I don't think the scene can go on any longer. It's gone in a loop.
No. And so, after a brief toast, he is on his way, and your pockets are are heavier for it.
Mhm. And then I order some food, get a nice bottle of fine wine and just sit there and oh, there's a call
More people.
for me. Yeah, a call for me. Oh, and then I sit there and in walks Cray, and I'm ecstatic to see him.
I'm sorry, what?
That the scene happened in the past. We caught up.
No,
okay.
that was Element
Oh, sorry. An element comes in, and I am happy to
with
see
Cyrus. Yes.
him.
This was like a meeting he had prior to Element. I gotcha.
Fair.
All right. So, new day. Whomst will be starting us off?
An excellent question.
Because if no one volunteers, that's gonna be Nim.
I'm down for Nim.
All
I'm
right.
okay with it being
Fine.
Nim.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm kind of waiting on everyone to get done with their personal business for a group meeting. So, yeah,
Oh,
let's.
Nim may not be attending a group meeting as he is spending time with Malt, his new best friend.
That's perfectly fine. Like, I mean, I just mean like the next, I guess, group activity, whatever the heck it is. Like, killing something, shooting something, rowing, brain.
Oh boy. Well, before the day ends so completely, I would like another intelligence check from Silver.
Come on, good rolls. We do have 2 community rerolls available. May I use one?
I see no reason why not.
Oh, why not?
Can I use the other?
I'm a little more hesitant.
I'm going to
Well,
have.
I mean, we're getting closer towards the end of the session, so I guess if we don't use
Why
it now.
not?
Okay.
Every moment is closer towards the end of the session. However, that is pretty decent.
It's better than nothing.
It's better than 4.
Yeah. It's at least above average.
So it is. So it is. Silver's making good progress. And in the morning, you're more aware of them than you were before. It's a difficult thing to express, so to say, but you can tell where they are rather than just knowing that they're there. As if your mind is always like conscious of their exact location in proportion to you.
Intriguing.
So
Very
pleased that I can finally get into this part. However, breakfast is being interrupted by a moth. A very large moth in a uniform.
Moth.
Oh, so an anthromoth.
Yes.
Okay. Nim just keeps on eating, figuring it's something for Malt.
Malt does address them, and they bow respectfully before informing them that they are the Azorious assigned instructor.
Mothy boy.
Molly Gal, their name is Sasha Julie.
Nim looks up before shrugging and going back to his food.
They will wait for you to be done.
Nim does not realize they're there for him. So he just kind of finishes his food and then looks over to Malt and just kind of waits patiently.
Nim, Otar, Bone Chomp, and Silver. Are you ready to begin your integration with Ravnica?
Us?
Yes.
Nim tilts his head.
I am your court-mandated instructor.
Oh, I thought that was Cray.
No. I do not believe he would accept.
Oh.
Rude.
I'm spotted. Doop, 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 doop.
Oh.
Human is here. Do you has egg?
Duke, 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 duke. Duke, 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 duke,
Doop, 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 doop.
duke, duke.
Itchy back, scritch, scritch, scritch.
Duke, 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 duke.
After all, 'tis my job to accompany you at all hours now.
Oh.
We'll see how long that lasts.
So you need to accompany me at all times.
That is correct.
You wanna play a game?
Sorkit, why are you threatening to attack whoever played the Marten vid?
Well,
He doesn't
I am
actually say
also
that in
I am also asked to record infractions.
He doesn't actually say that in character.
I see.
No, I know. I was talking to chat.
And I'm talking to Digi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting to that point.
Oh, are you tired?
Yeah, I gotta open tomorrow, but I can stay on for a little bit longer.
Alright. Alright, just a heads up then. What is everyone's time limit?
I am
I'd say
set.
at most an hour and a half.
I'm good
I
for an
can-
hour and a half.
I can be on as long as everyone else can.
I don't have a limit.
Ah,
Today I don't work tomorrow. Or rather, yes, I don't work tomorrow. So I can stay up.
I can stay up for a bit longer too.
alrighty then. We march along.
This is my job, so you know, I set my hours myself.
I understand. However, also 4 hours of sleep.
I'm
Oh, fair.
fine.
Are
Fair
you?
enough. I'm running
Coughs
on
violently.
all fair. I'm running on 15 minutes.
Oh my god.
What
Over
is
how
sleep?
many
Right,
hours?
you didn't even sleep. You didn't.
Yes, I failed to sleep last night.
Oh,
Anyways, we are
Well
burning
done.
time.
Yes,
Right.
onward.
onwards.
So how'd you even
I'm
find
thinking-
me here?
Well, after the verdict was handed down, a tracking measure was placed upon you.
Huh.
So
What if
as
I
long
go
as
to a
you are
different
within
world?
Ravnica, I beg your pardon.
What if I go to a different world?
Like the astral realm.
No, like Mole Master.
What?
Well, I guess Mole
We
Master is technically in Faerun. That's the world name.
Is this? Oh, I understand. This must be a joke.
No.
Interesting.
Nim tilts his head. No, no joke. I just went there last night to get some food for my friend Malt.
There was a recorded instance of the tracker not reporting any readings. Yes. Interesting. So you have a method of blocking it for a period of time.
I mean, I didn't even know it was on me.
You seem to be telling the truth. Actually, you haven't appeared to have lied.
Why
Quite
would
yet.
I lie?
Their brow is furrowing a bit. Interesting. I see I have my work cut out for me. So then, if I am to understand this correctly, you can go to this Mole Master whenever you please.
Yep. And other
In
places.
That are distinctly not Ravnica.
Yep. There was this one time I
suppose
went
I'll
to
just-
this place. I don't really remember much of it. I remember something about people, something about, do you know the way?
No.
But I didn't know the way.
I'll just file that away for later.
And everybody was calling each other sus for some reason.
Nim, if you did that, I would have you taking madness damage, and your intelligence would be reduced.
Zorkit, Nim planes walked into the internet at one point.
He went through a lot. Let's say.
Man scarred for life.
Here soon, Nim is going to be planeswalking into a YouTube video.
Oh my god. Well, if he does decide to
God.
recklessly teleport, then yeah, that is completely possible.
There's a YouTube channel that I'll be showing up on here soon that where they basically do interviews with characters.
Oh, neat.
Normally, they teleport the person in, but Nim is a planeswalker.
Ooh.
So Nim is just going to teleport himself there. Oh yeah, I fourth wall broke my own videos, Orchid.
Yeah.
Nim did
Yeah,
find
he
the
did.
Twitch channel when he planeswalked into the internet. Anyways.
Man, think of all the billions of places he could have gone. He came here. What are
It's
the
almost like
odds?
he was drawn here.
And
How
during the
pleasant.
stream too.
That's what had him take the sanity check. After all, if you look at an endless hall of mirrors, you will eventually see a million versions of you. All gazing in the same direction. Are you the real one, or are you another mirror? He screams, for he does not know.
No,
That is
Nim
scary.
wouldn't scream at that. He'd just start throwing fireballs.
Aren't those Moon's Wrath, or do you have both?
I should definitely get both.
Acquire another fireball.
So anyways. Yeah, I could go to all sorts of places.
I see. Why do you go to these places?
Well, I mean, I'm from Mulemaster. Well, technically I'm from Faerun, up in the north of, far to the north of Mulemaster, but I wound up in Mulemaster, and that's kind of where I call, or at least called home. I run
I
a guild
see.
over there.
Then, with that being the case, why do you stay in Ravnica?
I have friends here. Plus, there's the whole end of the world thing going on here, and things are kind of calm over in Faerun right now.
Huh. I see. Fair enough. So you have generally altruistic motives.
What does that mean?
Well-meaning, doing good with no reward in mind.
Oh yeah, that.
Interesting. Very well then. What is an average day for you then?
He looks over at Silver, then back at her. I don't know how to answer that because I've not had a single day that was like any of the others so far here.
Ah, you don't have a schedule or anything of the sort?
Well, I do go to, well, kinda sometimes go to work at the Resdora, but haven't been able to go there recently because I've been busy with, the whole saving Ravnica thing.
Of course. That would make things difficult, yes.
But it's
Wonder-
okay. My boss understands.
What I wonder if this worker is thinking that the name is insane, or if she's actually aware of the danger that Ravnica is seeing at the moment.
I mean, they seem to be doing just fine. If believing them, seemingly without much problem, they might just be deciding, I'll think about it later.
It's okay. I'll do my job now and have my existential crisis later.
I mean, that's what you gotta do.
Very professional. Her.
What's an average day for you like?
Well, that depends on who I'm assigned to. My average day is following other people along their average day.
That kind of seems sad.
Well, sometimes other people need more correction. Then I can, well, correct them and offer alternatives. If they prove difficult, I do something else to encourage them to change their mind.
Yeah, but it seems
Casually
like you
load
don't.
shotgun.
But it seems like you don't have an actual life of anything that you pursue.
I'm an educator of a different sort. I'm a very personal educator.
Oh no, educator school.
PTSD.
I don't really, I mean, I guess. If that's what you want to do.
I'm content with this. What about you? You seem fine, even though everything's always changing every single day and nothing is consistent, apparently.
What matters is the here and now.
Is there truly nothing that's consistent through your days? 3 meals? Meeting the same people?
I mean, I guess normally I hang out with Cray. But then again, sometimes he wanders off. And like today, I'm here with Malt.
Yes, I see. Why are you here?
For training.
Training? Malt would say, I would prefer this be stricken from the record, but Nim is currently undergoing tutelage to draw out a bit more of his innate potential that has been lying vastly untapped. So, I'm sorry to say, today's day might be a little boring, so if you could come back at a later date, that would be just fine. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I must accompany him. Then you'll be sitting for quite the while. Understood.
I mean, I've brought people into my mind before. I could probably bring her.
I don't have enough information to argue that point.
She could
As I
meet. She could meet Mint and other Nim.
personal trainer's eyes squint. Multiple personality or disorder detected.
He is kind of an eldritch abomination at this point, yes.
Hey, whatever works. Anything is doable. So that's just how it is, friend. Oh my god.
What?
Nothing. I blinked and when I opened my eyes I was leaning far more forward than I was before. What happened?
Did you start to fall asleep on us?
That I was fine though. What happened?
Well, if you reach a level of exhaustion that I hit, you may have actually just about fallen asleep, but just at random.
I'm not tired though.
Oh yeah, that
Yes,
happens
and?
sometimes.
Is that supposed to have a weight to it?
If you stay up long enough, your brain will just be like, "There, no, you're awake now. You're fine. You're awake. You don't feel tired at all."
And then there's just a momentary
And now you are
lapse of
prone.
"Pew-ah."
I'm fine though. I'm fine.
Exactly.
Are you
That's
though?
you think you're fine, but that's the thing is, like your brain's playing tricks. Your brain is bringing the skrunkly.
Yeah,
Brain
you
is
know,
scrunky.
alright, that's the correct video. Except for the Jesus. Okay.
However, I would highly disadvise against any sort of mechanized activity at this time.
So, anyways.
Right, anyway.
That video is incredible.
I'm going to ignore that.
So, anyways, I start blasting.
And
So, do you want to be my friend?
I'll decline.
Nim looks genuinely hurt at that.
Just because he's genuinely hurt.
Wait, what? Who got genuinely hurt? What happened?
Nim. Someone said they didn't want to be Nim's friend immediately.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the first bit of pain Nim's ever felt.
Nim has literally never felt emotional pain before this moment. This is the biggest this is the biggest character development moment of 2022.
Oh.
Top 10 anime betrayals easily.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Anyways. You don't... You seem like you could use a friend, though.
I have other friends.
Yeah, you seem desperate, not me.
But you don't really have time to hang out with them. Meanwhile, we're going to be hanging out a lot.
Yes. I don't need to hang out with them at every hour of the day. Just now and then is fine.
Well, I'm going to consider you my friend now.
I mean, you can feel free to think that. I'm quite fine the way I am, actually.
Nah. So, anyways. Malt, where do we go here? Or from here?
Well, considering that you've just woken up, I don't think your body will allow you to nap quite so easily. So, when you are ready for perhaps another sleep, we'll resume our training, but you're making excellent progress. You're doing a training that requires sleep. The sleep provides the correct conditions for the training. It's not that the training requires sleep, it's that sleep is convenient for the training. And this is specifically for Nim. Yes.
Hey, and Silver.
Right, Silver as well. Your long-term partner. What is the relationship between you two again?
He's my brother. Sorta. Close enough.
Family. I'll mark it down as family.
Well, I guess if I need to be able to sleep, Nim is taking off running.
Silver waits as Nim goes to purposefully exert himself.
Yep, he's just gonna be running around in the grove.
Running laps.
Precisely.
What is the... Oh, he's just tiring himself out. After all, if his body needs rest, it will rest.
Nim has the
gives himself
zoomies.
zoomies.
Nim has acquired keys. They watch in some amount of surprise, as if not sure what to ask or how to ask it. Before Nim settles back down, probably panting and requiring a nice drink of water first. Like, or perhaps several chugs.
I'm sure there's probably a nice fresh pond in the glade.
Yes, there is. He can take a sip, or he can leap into it with reckless abandon.
Well, he's probably all sweaty, so he's jumping in with reckless abandon.
Ah, it is cold. But that is just fine with you.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
You are cooled down very quickly. You need not pant anymore, for you are cool. Well, internally, you're probably still warmer than you would be, but this helped regulate you.
So it probably goes on for like an hour of him running around, jumping in the water, running around, jumping in the water.
He needs to be tired enough to just zonk out.
Exactly. Well, now probably about 2, maybe 3 hours. But eventually he'll just, flop down and panting and stuff.
And eventually, dim unconscious. And I'll take another intelligence check from Silver.
Woo!
Adorable.
Now. I believe.
Not terrible.
It's pretty okay. Because Nim, you see yourself. Not for very long. But, oh hey, there's you. Man, you are damp. And then you're back to sleep.
Oh.
As, for a time, you saw out of Silver who was looking at you. Talk about a third person perspective.
Weird.
It must be so awkward to see your body out of somebody else's eyes.
Yeah.
And hey, the head was attached.
Meanwhile,
That was.
Yes, there's a head, a torso, there's a body.
You just wake up for half a second, go, oh good, my head's still attached, and then fall asleep again.
Wake up in a panic. I'm me. I'm not me. I'm me. Proceed loop of going to sleep, seeing yourself, panic, waking up. Oh no, I'm me. I'm me.
I feel like it would be more of a Nim sees himself and he's like, who's that dog? Because he never really looks at himself.
True enough.
I mean, he'd probably recognize the wings at least.
Maybe.
Those wings are
But also, I don't think he would recognize his own scent specifically because he'd be so used to it. So he'd smell a new dog.
No. It's through Silver's nose.
Exactly.
Then again, Silver always smells it, so it's probably basically a neutral scent.
It could be.
It's like you have difficulty smelling your own house because you always smell it.
Yeah,
so you
you're
just
right.
take it for granted.
You're right.
But yes, there are visible results now. Progress has been made. And in this fashion, Nim could do some interesting things should he so choose to.
Interesting things. Why? Like how? What?
Progress is being made, and soon you'll have a lot more control over this connection. Talking through Silver, or even having Silver swap in for you. should the situation deem it.
Interesting.
No, this arm is going in timeout under the meat.
Chaos arrives.
You can't just throw
So,
So-
otherwise, I guess,
Nim spending another day with Malt.
yeah. Continuing
All
more
right.
training.
The tutor is observing, if confused, and like slowly compiling a report on Nim of his many curious behaviors and yet inclination to apparently say things in an odd yet truthful from his perspective fashion. Also documenting this mole master apparently and other realms that he can apparently freely traverse. The Azorious is going to be combing over this quite thoroughly once they hand in this report. And we'll see what happens.
Nim might have just gotten himself in a lot of trouble.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I could
Almost
possibly go wrong.
definitely.
This is going to be fun.
Everything is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Nim will be just fine. So how's that backup character? Just one.
I can get paint ready to go.
Well, he
Murdered
was
for his Planeswalker Spark.
Yeah, he was working on a new character during the trial. He could just continue that one.
It's fine. Everything is fine. The one person who declined to be his friend is surely a good person still. They wouldn't purposefully do anything that could jeopardize Nim's well-being, even if unintentionally.
Oh no, Nim's the main character. So we know he's evil just because he doesn't want to be his friend.
Ah, yes. We're going by anime rules, I see. Anyone that doesn't immediately join the main character's party is sus.
Sus.
Maximum sus.
Sus.
So, who wants to go next?
I do suppose Cray can do that thing that he was asked to do a while ago. He was asked to get some papers from, like, the Azorious at one point. Then he was like, oh, that'd be easy. I guess we could have him do that.
Who asked him to do that?
His mother? There's some sort of list that she needed.
I'm starting to remember, I think.
It was done, like, really quick in passing because he was just like, is there anything I can do? Because I'm like, you know.
Bored, otherwise.
Yeah, basically.
Let's see, what did she want those papers for?
There's some sort of list.
Well, that's not terribly difficult, one way or another, especially
No, it's
through
not.
Cray.
Especially for Cray.
Well, good luck. I'll be back in a bit.
That's probably a very simple in and out. Now let's see. Event table. Show me what shall be.
Hey guys, I think I'm going to get ready to head to bed. It is getting kind of late for me.
Fair enough.
Usually I can stay
Aw.
up. Usually I can stay. I stay up later, but I'm starting to feel tired.
That's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. I hope the rest of the session goes well. Hope you guys have a good rest of the session.
You
No,
too.
no, Harrow.
Oh, interesting. Not that it has anything to do with you, but the table has spoken. Cray, on your way to the library, you witness kids playing with swords. Real swords.
What kind of kids?
If you were to put it, they look a bit ragged, but that's probably because they are not gentle with their playing and probably wear out their clothes pretty fast.
Gotcha.
And those swords are clearly very adult-sized swords, so they clearly do not belong to these children.
And like, are they like just going at each other, or
They are like they have trouble swinging the sword, so you could say that they have both disadvantage and lack of proficiency, but they are swinging real swords and
All right.
missing each other.
all right? Cray's gonna walk over to them, and he's gonna just like very casually move to like pinch both of the blades between like two fingers, and just look at the kids.
The opportunity does present itself to do exactly that, because while they're swinging, all the power of of the swing is the weight of the sword. They don't have the strength to add more to it.
Oh.
Then they seem very surprised when you catch their swords. Like, oh, mister, you caught the sword! I want to catch the sword! Hold out your hand!
No. Where did you get these?
Our dads.
And who are your fathers?
They're guards.
Boros?
They nod.
What are the names? Do you know it?
They give you the names, but they never said that they got permission to take these swords.
Prey is then just going to lift the swords up and pull them away and start walking.
Wait, no, come back. We need those!
Really? What do you need them for?
Sword things?
Tell you what, I'm going to give them back to your fathers.
Wait, no, you can't do that. That's they're busy with things.
Ah, well then when they're not busy, I shall give it to them.
No, we can do it. We can just we know when they're not busy, so that's.
It would be incredibly irresponsible of me to allow a child to take back a man's blade.
But we totally got permission though.
Really, can you prove this?
We're allowed. Never before have you seen a child so desperately fumbling. Much less in a set of two. I am under the impression that Cray remains unmoved from their lives.
Yeah. He's just gonna start turning and keep walking.
They chase him.
Gray is going to go to the nearest Boros outpost.
Now they're truly panicking and asking, please give them back. They'll get in trouble if someone else just comes and takes the sword.
We said they were Boros, so clearly they belong here.
It's the emergency sword. Before one of them before the other just finally breaks and says, "We didn't have permission. We're gonna get in trouble if you tell them."
Really? Well, now, that does put me in an odd position. After all, that means you had lied to me just a moment ago.
The other gives his friend like a betrayed look before reluctantly nodding. Please give the swords back, mister.
Very well, but I will request that you take them home immediately, and if you do not, I'm certain I will find out. I'm with the Azorious, after all.
They nod solemnly and ask for the swords back as nicely as they can.
He moves to hand them both the swords back, and then glares at them.
They promise. They promise to put the swords back, and then if they take them in the future, ask permission first and respect their parents' choice. Does Cray settle on that?
Yeah, I think so. And once he's somewhat confident, he'll, kind of just go back to going about his business.
An interesting diversion, but Cray is certainly less bored than he was before. acquiring the list is a fairly easy task, all things considered. Especially since all you have to do is ask and someone else goes and gets the list. Delivering it to Gray, and then he is ready to hand it off once someone comes to inquire about the list. That someone does in fact come.
I'm sorry, say again?
That someone does in fact arrive fairly soon, actually.
Oh, is it that Rama said?
Yes.
Gray, of course, meets up with him.
They appear to be an elven-like man, dressed very, well, not very fashionably, all things considered, as they are very covered. And introduce themselves as Merrick.
Okay.
So, you have the list then?
No, I was about to get it.
Oh, very well then. I'll come back in some 15 minutes then.
Very good.
And they're on their way. The list is delivered to you in 8 minutes.
That was pretty easy.
Oh yes. I mean, you were just asking for information, and the Azorious knows what you're doing. So, they don't have any qualms, as it is in the initial speculation that this might have something to do with doing something against the Seekers. So for that, there's no reason to stop your efforts. And Merrick circles around again. Some 7 minutes afterwards. Has the list been procured then?
I'm sorry, say again?
Has the list been procured?
Yep. After the time has passed and after he gets the list, he would have specifically transcribed it so that he's got a copy of the list.
Fair enough. They'll nod and take whichever you hand over to them. Be it the original or duplicate.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you're just speaking really quiet. I feel like you're dropping out.
I might be fading a little bit.
Yeah, I think you are.
And do I sound fine to everyone else?
Loud and clear here.
You do
Yeah, you're fine.
occasionally have that moment, those moments where it's like, and you're gone because you're talking too softly.
You know, I wouldn't object to maybe this being where we end the game.
You say that after I start another Stream Raiders battle.
Listen, guys, I'm trying to hang in there. Listen, guys, I'm trying to hang. We haven't had a session in. We basically skipped last session.
Yes, and your well-being goes before that. We're more than happy to give you the time if you need to sleep. Or at least I am. I'm not sure about these ones over here, but I'm pretty sure they are.
I'm alright with that. If you need to snooze, you need to snooze.
I'm starting to suspect that my body is strongly hinting at something. So perhaps we shall. for the sake of just yes. Oh well, there goes my train of thought. What was I? Well, there goes all the words I was going to say. Now I have to find them again and think about what I was talking about.
Gotcha.
We were awaiting whether or not we could arrange that, whether Cray would give the original or the copy.
Ah.
Right.
He'll probably give the copy because the original might have, like, magic on it or some crap.
Perfectly reasonable. He will take the copy and then say, "Good to see you remain in good health."
It wasn't that hard. You know me and my level of clearance.
Of course. I was just well, I'd managed to meet you before, but you were unconscious at the time.
How do you mean?
Well, when you were first getting your wing upgrade.
Curious. But we haven't really truly met, have we?
No, I think this would be our first meeting when we're both aware of each other.
What was your name again?
Merrick.
Merrick. Oh, it's nice to meet you. What is your position with our group?
Well, formerly I was a squad captain.
Squad captain? That's a strangely official title.
Well, I suppose the more I'm in charge of more, how to say, direct engagements. With ghosts and more apprentice level initiates accompanying me to get a taste of what's
I see.
get a taste of the dangers of the city.
Testing one's mettle, so to speak.
Yes. See how they operate under pressure when they have to stand their ground.
It is important, after all. It happens far too often.
There are no second chances when it comes to an assassination. Once the plan fires, you go.
Assassination?
There are times where there is merit to it.
Yes, but it's very rare that we deal with that kind of thing. I will still. It obviously has its place, but very rare.
Yes. These assassination missions are more training than anything else. After all, you don't want to send an untrained assassin when you finally need one, or someone who's lost the edge. Granted, that was former. I have gotten in a bit of trouble. So I'm temporarily demoted for the time being.
I see. Well, nonetheless, I suppose it's good to meet you. By the way, do you have any news on that front with that individual I needed taken care of?
Indeed.
Ah, what news
Shocking
is there?
results, actually.
They're always shocking, aren't they?
Well, perhaps it's less shocking and more expected. Turns out they have, at the very least, an Orzhov sponsor.
Curious. And here I thought they didn't see any merit in guilds.
Well, certainly their official cover is stated as neutral, and certainly that probably makes them all the more approachable. However, they at least have Orzhov leanings. We're looking for more evidence, and we bet we could put gold that we will find it. No hard confirmation of direct alliance, though, or membership, but we'll find it probably before the day's over. Good day, then.
Good day.
And with that, they'll be on their way.
And Gray's going to make his way home. And when he does, he's going to go back to his sanctum of sorts. And then he's going to go to his bed and sit down. And he's going to meditate.
Pondering anything in particular?
He's going to ask his mana about what, like, basically who is Lute Tutor.
Run that by me again?
Who is Lute Tutor?
Lute Tutor is an ambitious Orzhov youth that has been given a large task and a large opportunity that he is determined to seize upon.
Oh, fuck.
Granted, he has already reaped a great benefit. Uncertain how much further he'll go before his resolve in his initial goal wavers.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting indeed. That is enough. And he will simply take his rest.
And perhaps with that, we'll say good day to the people, the audience. Yes.
Because it's getting late.
While my brain can continue functioning smoothly, I will give a graceful farewell.
Rest well.
Right. I
Good
believe
night,
I
Digi.
believe I am going to be calling the stream here, everybody. I will run Stream Raiders when it's when the battle is done. But yeah, I didn't get enough sleep today at all because I was setting stuff up with the new capture card. So yeah.
But yeah, I
And
hope
you were
you
playing
enjoyed
Phasmo with us this
the
morning.
Swords event, Cray.
Sorry, what?
I legitimately have a full, just a table of things that could happen if I just have nothing going on for a bit of time and like no characters pursuing something, and then I just roll on the table and kids with swords, kids with.
Seems legit to me.
I mean,
Boy.
they're lucky they got Cray and not Element.
Element. Hey, let me show you how to use this properly. Now, you want to get them in the belly. That's where the soft
That
flesh
would
is.
not be Bellman at all.
Nope.
Element would have taken down the father's names and made actual notes of, yeah, they're going to get a talking to.
Lute would have just given them whips and say, hey, use this instead. It's more fun.
Cordan would have just walked past. I was like, oh yes, traditional, youth learning combat training. That's fine, and just kept walking.
Everyone would have had a different reaction to the children with swords, and that is fine.
All right.
Lovely variety.
Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us today for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. I will be back tomorrow with more streaming. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. Oh, Crowheart, thank you very much for that follow.
Oh. No, he did just cut off. Yeah.
Guess he was more tired than he let on.
Unit lost. Stand by.
No, I was meaning Zim.
Yep.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm sure they'll be back in due time as they That or they realize.
With Zim, like 12 hours.
Okay,
And
so
at that
apparently
point
my
he happens
microphone
to-
randomly decided to stop working. So, anyways, thank you everybody so much for joining. Do consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/ZGFgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel. I will be back tomorrow with more streaming. But yeah, thank you again everybody for joining. Don't forget to share everything around and check out our other places. But for now, I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Good night.